There we go.
Are we
It's
live?
working. Hey guys, and welcome to Group B of our Road to Legends Season 1 on FM23. I'm joined by the fabulous RC.
Hello.
And I'm also joined by the amazing Malteser Falcon once again.
Hello, everyone.
We're going to have Luke joining us in a little bit, hopefully. He's had some family matters to deal with, so he's been a little bit delayed, but should be in later on tonight, hopefully. We also have our contestants, so I'm just going to run that group of who is in this so you guys are aware, and then we will get going with the show.
I've got that lightning inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising, no, just you watch. There is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I'm cranking up on the throttle, victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle.
So that is all our participants today. The draft will kick off in about 10 minutes' time. And I'm going to let you guys introduce this stipulation for tonight, and then we'll go through our competitors one by one.
So the stipulation for today, it's very similar to the Group A draw, the Group A pool, but basically exactly the opposite, if that makes any sort of sense. It's the teams who have qualified for the round of 16, so the local quarterfinalists we have, if I can get we can get a list up, because I will forget one of them, no, undoubtedly. So we have Croatia, Brazil, Netherlands, Argentina, Morocco, Portugal, England, and France, with a budget of 250 million and a minimum value pick of 250k, just to cut some players out, basically. And 18 to 20 players is the limit.
Perfect.
So,
what do you think of that pool, RC?
I mean, you can get quite a few players in that, can't you? That quite a few cheap players that are going to be gems for this group, that for these lot. That hopefully they can scout the right player for their system, and hopefully they can pick up the right player.
I agree completely. Mal, have you got any thoughts on it?
Yeah. So it's been a bit of a different experience from the previous Group A. I've sort of been hanging out with some of my network save buddies who are Gavin and Zanko whilst they're doing some prep. And I was watching Callum's stream early on whilst he was doing prep, and people seem to be sort of very on it today. With they seem to have Gavin mentioned on Callum's stream he had a list of 129 players already within about an hour and a half. So people are on it. These people know what they're doing. I mean, we've got lots of experienced competitors and people who have won lots of things. Looking at you build up play. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Should be an interesting one for sure.
Yep. So we're going to go through our competitors. I'm going to go through them in alphabetical order because that goes by the list that I've got, which is nice and easy. Also, welcome into Tyler, Gerb, Eloise, Andrew, and Jono. How are you doing, guys? Hope you're all well.
Peeps.
Gerb obviously has a little bit of extra interest today because the top two go through and the best third place qualifies. I believe if the stats are correct, Gerb leads the line just now with 12 points with a 6-goal difference. So that is what's to beat. First of all, I'm going to ask you about build-up play. What's your thoughts on build-up?
Well, I mean, what can I say about him? He's sort of been one of the most. You'd say he's the king of the community draft in FN23. He has won pretty much everything there is to win. Really, he's won the Coast Cup, won Bullions draft, he's won Side Just draft on a couple of occasions. In terms of ranked ones, he's not been involved in too many. He was the FM World Heavyweight Championship breakout tournament winner, and he was third in the World to Qualifiers. So that was straight after the patch. So he might not have had time to adjust his tactics. So maybe with like a couple more weeks sort of prep and sort of tweaking, maybe he will find the winning form again, like he has done on so many occasions this FM. So I reckon he's got to be one of the favourites, surely.
Yeah, definitely. I would actually give a shout to, I mean, the guy who's going to be probably everyone's going to be scared of. I would say Jebaru. I mean, he's not currently ranked, but he is very, very good. I mean, he's a host of the FM playoffs for a reason, isn't he? He's going to be very, very deadly.
Yeah. I think for me, build-ups, as you've touched on, Mal, he's just that guy who's so consistent. You know, you've seen it at the end of FM22 and really now in FM23, he's really nailing the screw down. As we said, I think the patch definitely did affect them last time out, and it maybe benefited some other people. So we'll see how that affects them. We'll move on now to someone who has been streaming for the past hour, prepping for this, and that is why Callum. Now, he's early in my list because I've just got him saved down as Callum because, you know, logic. But what's your thoughts on why Callum? Mal, I know you'll know him a bit better than what I do.
Callum's been involved. He sort of got involved in the drafting scene sort of middle of FN22, getting towards the end of it. It was in the previous path to the playoffs, not this one, the one before, at the end of FM22. He has a mixed record in drafting, let's just say that. He's sort of become known sort of in his sort of even by himself as being not very good at drafting. But I reckon with the amount of prep he's done today, he's been on stream from like 6 o'clock, just sort of looking through players in the shortlist. So I reckon he's at least got a good chance of maybe sneaking into that second spot. For sure.
You got any thoughts, RC?
Callum, what do we say about Callum? I mean, he's done a little bit of preparation. Hopefully it pays off for him. I've actually seen him with a couple of his own actual cups himself. Like he's done a Callum Cup himself. He was the run-up to, Mal. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, hello.
So he knows. I think he will know his stuff. Let's just hope that he's confident with himself. He's confident with his picks, and he knows what he's doing.
We'll move on next to Gavin Brash. Now, I know he was in the path to the playoffs last week when we clashed with the playoffs.
Yes.
And I believe it didn't go as well as he was maybe hoping to. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It's difficult when you're playing that level of competition. So what is your thoughts on Gavin Brash?
I mean, it's sort of the same as Callum. Gavin's had quite a hard time with drafts, especially in FM23. He's been, as I say, he was, as mentioned by players one, he was 7th overall, and he was 7th in the breakout tournament as well, which I think deceives how good he actually is, because he's a man who puts in the effort, puts in the hours to prepping for pretty much every draft. Like, he showed me sort of like a prep for a friendly draft he did, and it was like a spreadsheet with, I think it was like 5 or 6 different sheets with about 9 different picks for each position, and this is for a friendly draft. He puts the effort in, and it will pay off. Will it be today? We'll see.
You got anything, RC?
What do we say about Gavin? I mean, he's had a bit of a hard time, like Mal said, obviously with the playoffs not going as well as he originally thought he would. He does have a few formations up his sleeve that he has told me about. But let's see which one he uses, and let's see which one he actually bases his draft off of.
It's going to be the circle.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
I'm going to
to
go to you first, RC, here. We're going to Jebaru, someone who you flagged up already, someone who's very well known in the draft scene, but hasn't drafted a whole lot recently. How do you think that's going to impact him?
I mean, let's see what he does in this. Obviously, he's known, obviously, like you said, and for being sort of quite a good drafter in his own right. So he will, I think he in a lot of people's minds, he will be someone to keep an eye on. I think he hopefully, and let's see if he does actually prove that worthiness of that scarcity that people might have of him.
Mal, someone you know quite well as well, I think.
Yep. The first thing I'm going to say is up the truck. Second thing, it's a bit weird to say about Jeb because he's been on so many playoffs panels hosting, and is just sort of such a well-known face. I think he was in the Super League hosting it a couple of times as well, the comedy show. But this is the first ranked draft he's done. I want to say maybe ever. I'm not entirely sure whether he was in one of the FM Cups a while back, but like he's a relative unknown. Like we don't really know how he's going to draft. I've not seen him involved in too many community drafts either. I think it was one of size drafts I've done, but other than that, like he's a relative unknown. So whether that play into the advantage and whether the experience is sort of gained from just watching people by osmosis, just sort of watching like some of the best drafts in the world in the FM playoffs. That might go somewhere to help him. But yeah, he's definitely you could call him a dark horse, I'd say, just because I don't know how he's going to draft really.
Yeah, I think that'd be fair to call him a bit of a dark horse, as you say. I don't think you can watch all these people and not have it rub off on you. But at the same time, it's difficult taking what you're watching and put it into practice. So we'll see how Jeb does. I'm excited to see him. We're going to come on to who is a relative unknown just now, and someone who's a last-minute replacement for someone who dropped out, unfortunately. And it is Mircon. He's a non-ranked drafter. The only draft in history we have really of Mircon, at least on my end, is I had the pleasure of drafting with him in the FM Managers Cup with Gary Miller. It's a non-ranked tournament, that one, of course. And I can't remember how he done in that, but I seem to remember chatting to him for a good little while, so he must have done all right. But he's a nice fella. So do you guys have anything really to add on Mircon? Obviously, I know it's a bit harder when it's someone who's not really in the community yet. I know he's keen to get involved, so I think it's clear to be clear to say yet.
Yeah. So the only thing I have on him, he was another one of the competitors. We've had quite a few of these. We've had quite a few in the Motor Qualifiers and the other qualifier group. He was one of the competitors in the breakout tournament that the FM World Heavyweight Championship hosted. He finished fourth in that one. So he finished fourth in quite a strong pool. Build-up player won that draft, remember? So it was and we also had Wald, who finished in sixth and came second in the Motor Qualifiers. And we also had Gavin in there, who didn't do very well, but we'll ignore that. So he has some experience of drafting against four of these people, and to the others, he's a relative unknown. So that might play into his favor for sure.
Yeah, Shotty and Mircon have both said in chat that he was one of the few to beat build-up play as well that day. So
lovely.
That's a very impressive result, however, way you want to look at it. RC, do you have anything to add here, mate?
I'm, to be honest with you, not too sure on how he will do, because obviously he's going to be like Jebaru, I think, for me, where he's going to be a bit sort of unknown in this sort of scenario, where he did do well, like Mal said, obviously in the breakout tournament, finishing fourth. But for me, I think it's, again, how will he draft? Because everyone drafts differently, isn't it? He might be a complete unknown that they might be using a completely different sort of system that he did then. He might use the same. Let's see what he does. He's going to be someone that we can probably watch out on.
Yep. We're also welcoming in Luet now. Luet,
good evening.
Everybody?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, we're good, mate. We're good. We're just running through the competitors. They're about to start drafting in a minute or two. I believe the last manager is just getting added. That is Jebaru, ironically, just after we spoke about him a couple of minutes ago. Next up that we're going to discuss, and Lewis, I'm going to come straight to you since you're just in, and I'm going to put you straight on the spot.
Brilliant.
Tim Lewis, what do you think, my man?
Very, very, very strong drafter. Often about helping other people. When we talked about when we had Eloise in for the original qualifiers, people like Tim and Gavin were in her chat, really giving her encouragement and help with the tactics and everything else. And I think he had a very, very strong end to FM22 as well. So he's going to be a very formidable character in the draft, I think, today. And he's about in lots of people's drafts all the time.
Yep. I'm now hoping that this doesn't show that. It does show that. That's nice and professional. Me trying to get my camera back up. This is a problem. I've only got 2 screens and I have to share one of them. Has anyone else got thoughts on Tim Lewis? Mal, I know you're quite close to him. So I maybe should jump to you in this one, to be fair.
Yeah, that was. Well, Tim is, again, it's not much what can you say about Tim. He is, as Lewis said, he was absolutely dominant towards the end of FM22. He finished runners up in the playoffs twice, both to Hood, and he won the FM Summer Cup, which he doesn't like to mention a lot of the time, by the way. But since the start of FM23, he's seems to be struggling a bit more tactically, I think. Here, the murder ball he used in FM22 doesn't seem to be working as well, so he's been trying to just sort of like scattergun as many different styles of tactics as he can to sort of try and find something that works. He was the most recent FM Multi Championship contender as well, where he lost to Kempser, who beat me for it. So that's annoying. But yeah, but here again, Tim is a person who knows what he's doing. He knows tactics. He knows the game. He knows the match engine. He just needs to find that sort of tactic that just works for him, and he is. I think he did share what he's going to try for me today, but I'm not going to reveal it on stream until it comes up on his. But it certainly looks interesting. I will say that. So maybe that could be the one.
We've got 2 of our finalists joining us, by the way, in the chat. We've got Brofist just joining us. Obviously, we had Shotty before. Brofist, who unfortunately disconnected a couple of weeks, last week, but his AI held strong and seen him through to the final. So well done, Brofist. Looking forward to seeing you and Shotty next time out. We're going to jump now to one of our qualifiers in Wald. Now, Wald impressed me particularly during the road to the qualifiers in terms of his mentality. He lost the first 2 games and managed to recover to finish second. I think that shows huge mentality. What do you guys think?
Wald, what do you say about Wald? So he's obviously going to be quite good. I think he's going to be quite a strong contender here. Obviously, second, like you said, the road to the qualifiers. He's finished 6th in, obviously, like Miles mentioned, in the breakout tournament for the World Heavyweight title. He will be very strong, I think, in this. He's also another one you can consider. You can consider to be a very strong dark horse in this.
Yeah, you saw in his in Wald's qualifier that he started with a system and a formation, which probably you don't see an awful lot in drafts. He immediately saw that wasn't working, changed it up, and absolutely smashed it after that. I mean, you have to be very strong and aware once you've lost the first 2 to be able to actually come back and smash that group as he did after that setback right at the beginning.
Yeah, I think it's perfect explanation. Mal, have you got anything to add there, mate?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of the things that sort of coming back from losing your first 2 games sort of shows like you can sort of like keep up your morale, if that makes sense, in sort of like it's sort of a trying situation, which is which is definitely thing that will help Wall today, because he has been through possibly he had the worst start possible after 2 games, and then he just sort of kept a level head, sort of looked at his tactic, looked at what went wrong, looked at what works, and then changed it, and then it worked for him. So if he does up today, good job.
And this is going to show you how I've done my alphabetical order. Last up is Coach Zanko, who realistically could be switched around with Callum here, But because the way I've done my alphabeticals, I've done Zanko instead of Coach Zanko. So what do we think of Coach Zanko? Obviously, he's got a bit of draft experience now. He came into the draft scene sort of halfway through the FM22 cycle, if I remember correctly, with the Summer Cup, where I think was it a debut semi-final, if I'm right in thinking.
Yes.
It was a very solid result. What do you guys think of Coach Zanko, and how do you think he will get on today?
Well, Coach Zanko, 33rd ranked. So he's one of the very few people here who are ranked. Obviously, like you said, semi-final in the Summer Cup. He's going to be very, very strong here. From what I know, he has been preparing. From what I've heard from Gavin, both of them two have been preparing quite heavily for this. So he is actually going. I feel like he will be very well if his preparation goes to plan, and if he sticks to his guns, he will be very strong in this.
Yeah, just go off it. It looks like Tim's got the first pick in the draft, so we'll keep an eye on that. But Zanko is another person I know quite well.
It looks like he's taken Memphis Depay. Build-up's taken Kylian Mbappe, by the way. 93 million of your 250 million budget gone.
That's a risky pick, for sure. Yeah, Memphis Depay is a very solid striker for. He's a very solid striker. He's not the most expensive one either. He's a bit hefty price. I'll see if I can get it up on the screen if I can actually find where the if my small screen actually
one of your men and Nabil Fekir for 36 million.
Yes, what a guy. Fekir, he is a brilliantly well-rounded sort of attacking mid and striker. He's got 15 finishing. I think it's 14 composure, 15 pace, 15 acceleration. So he's decently quick, can finish relatively well. But he's got 16 dribbling, 16 first touch. I believe he's got 15 technique as well. So he is so he can play pretty much anywhere across that sort of attacking mid three and up front as well. So and do it all pretty superbly. So he's relatively cheap, 36 million.
Callum has taken
no-brainer.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Callum is about
30 million pound Ronaldo. I think that's a fairly solid pick at 30 million pound. We will jump back quickly just to finish off talking about Coach Zanko, if you don't mind, while they're making their first sort of sets of picks. So where were we? Mal, I believe it was going to yourself, or was it going to Lewis now? I'm struggling to remember.
I haven't really got much to say, much extra to say about what coach has done. I haven't seen him a lot in the draft myself. I've not played him. But obviously rankings say a lot. He has got something about him if he can jump that high in the rankings. So it'd be interesting to see what he goes for.
Allison just going to Wald for 60 million. I think that's a pretty meaty early doors pick from Wald. A 60 million
Jude Bellingham as well.
Jude Bellingham at 14.25 wasn't too bad a pick. I think that's quite a solid one. Zanko has followed up with a 25 million pound for Kimi. One of the best right backs in the game, of course. So what would your guys' first pick be here? Just out of curiosity.
Oh,
As
It's
Jeff
a
takes
tough
in
one.
Kunku.
Yeah.
I mean,
I probably would have gone with Fekir like Gavin. I'd say he fits into pretty much any tactic that involves any one up front basically. So you can sort of look at what other people are picking and sort of move around based off that. Move around.
Eder Militao, by the way, has just gone to build-up play, so a fairly strong and expensive start for build-up play, but £27 million for Militao doesn't seem too unreasonable.
Yeah, he's a very solid defender, Militao. Honestly, I think he's a pretty much a pretty big value for 27 million. He's 15 heading, 16 marking, 15 tackling, 15 jumping reach. He is very well rounded, and he's not the slowest either.
Yeah, James Ward-Prowse, who was one of my picks, and probably would have been my first pick, to be honest, has gone to Y Callum for 32.3 million, it says here.
A bit of no-brainer, really, James Ward-Prowse. Very solid, and if you're one of those that really, really looks at set pieces, he's just going to be absolutely key.
Exactly. For me, I would go with pace here. Maxime Lacroix, 4.5 million. Very good central defender. 17 pace for a central defender is going to be very, very strong in a draft. 14 strength, 14 tackling, and 15 jumping. I mean, if you're looking at someone with to head them from corners, he's one of the people that to do that, isn't he?
Yep. Who would your first pick be then?
It's a tough one, isn't it? Because again, like last week, you're looking at some of these top strikers, and you're looking at wasting sort of a third or more of your budget on one of these strikers. I think possibly a James Ward-Prowse, or maybe even with these guys, and then I'll probably maybe go for one of the top centre backs. Maybe not a Virgil van Dijk, although it would be good for your set pieces. Probably looking someone a bit cheaper. A name off the top of my head is really tough though.
A Kurt Zuma type then, someone that's good.
Someone big and strong that's gonna be able to, especially with the pace, is gonna be able to neutralize one of those quick, strong strikers. Yeah.
I mean, speaking of someone quick and strong, we did have Josko Gvardiol go. 17 pace, 16 strength, £8.5 million.
I was literally about to flag it. It was then followed up straight away by Alex Telles. Two players we flagged on our good list tonight.
Wald
do you guys want to talk?
Messi?
Ooh, that's a big pick again. Wald has spent 150 million pounds on Messi and Alisson. He's going big early as Wald. It's an interesting strategy. He must be confident in some of the bargain picks in this pool. Kieran Trippier at 28 million. That seems a bit overpriced to me.
I mean, Trippier is a fullback. He is very solid. I would say with a bigger budget, I would go for him, but he is like.
I had Kieran Trippier for a draft the other week, and although very good, decent with the with some set pieces and what have you, I found him in this year's game to be very error prone. So possibly one that I would have probably tried to avoid this time around.
Yeah, but I'd say Trippier is like pretty good all around. 16 crossing and 12 dribbling going forward, whereas he's got 30 marking and 15 tackling defensively, so he can sort of do both ends of the pitch. Again, he's not slow. He's got 14 pace, 13 acceleration too. So yeah, he's.
I wonder if they flagged defenders here, because we've just seen four of the sort of mid-tier defenders going very, very quickly. We had Saliba going. I think it was Saliba going before Ibrahim Konate. I can't remember the last pick, but it was another centre back, and then
De Ligt has just gone.
De Ligt went straight away. It was four centre backs in a row, sort of that sort of 8 million to 30 million pound range. So the sort of mid-tier centre backs of different sort of strengths.
Another midfielder in Sean Longstaff. That's an interesting pick.
Sean Longstaff's one of these midfielders that's extremely hard working though. I know I used to watch quite a lot of Yorkie Man back in the day when he streamed, and he swore by Sean Longstaff because of the work rate and the teamwork. He just, he's not necessarily the best midfielder in the game, but he had those two stats, and that meant you could play him in so many different roles, and he would work his socks off for you. That's one of the reasons why I like David Klassen, who I mentioned so often last week, and now I'm getting to mention this week. £4.8 million. He only has 11 tackling and 11 finishing, but he can do sort of just about every single role.
There you go. Gabriel's gone now to Jeb. He would be a good, strong defender, someone to have in there. I'm not quite sure what his mentals are.
Now Callum Wilson's also been picked.
Callum Wilson's probably a very good pick in this pool.
Yeah, Wilson's a very solid pick.
Because unless you're going to go big on those strikers, Callum Wilson is probably in the right sort of budget range for a decent striker who's not elite level, if you like.
Yeah, he's £21 million, 16 finishing, 16 pace, 16 acceleration, composure 14. So he can score goals, and he can play with the ball a bit. He's got 13 passing, 15 technique, but I would say he's going to use as probably that main goal scoring threat.
Yeah, Callum has now picked someone who I've never heard of that cost £18 million. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing that I've never heard of him, but it's Emmanuel Buendia.
Buendia. The
He's
Aston Villa
Brentford.
player.
He's the one. Oh yeah, it's Villa, isn't it? He moved from
He moved from
Norwich.
No, I
After they
really
got
should know
relegated,
who he
didn't
is
they?
then. I really should know who he is then.
Yeah.
I'm quite ashamed of myself right now, and I should maybe shut up and just stick to host stuff.
Yeah, but Buendia is another solid camera. The only real thing that worries me a bit is he has 11 decisions, but other than that, 15s and 16s in quite a few areas, including dribbling, first touch, composure, vision, technique, agility. So playing him as that AM or advanced playmaker, he'll do a very solid job for you. And for 18
He's
million,
also both-footed, so someone that can maybe play in the. I mean, he'd be quite good out on the wing, but you could also use him sort of the AM advanced playmaker with his vision and stuff in that middle to try and create something.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And speaking of Maxime Lacroix, he has been taken. Tim Lewis.
Yep.
No,
I just have to share
Giroud's just
Geb's
gone.
post though. He's no David Classic.
Olivier Giroud's been picked now. That's a decent striker. If you're gonna have someone lopping in crosses, then yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just having a look at Jebaru's shortlist here. There's a certain team that Jebaru's got a lot of players on from the shortlist from, and I approve.
I wonder what team that could be. I wonder what team that could be.
Tyrone
me too.
Mings has gone to coach.
Tyrone Mings is one of those players that I would personally avoid in this pool.
Yeah.
I think there's certain stats that I like in a centre back that Tyrone Mings just doesn't have. And what he does have, I think you can get better for cheaper. So I'm going to flag up Nico Katic, who's someone that you guys know I absolutely love, who's a big, strong aerial defender. He costs £800,000. So he's cheap as chips. Probably isn't going to be a starter, but he does everything Tyrone Mings can do and offers you a better aerial threat. Yeah. Is there any players that you guys would kind of avoid? Because I think that sort of ties us on quite nicely to that.
Yeah. So I would say, and this could be controversial with certain Mr. Limo, but Kenneth Taylor is one I would definitely avoid. Playing for Ajax, Limo picked him up in the Limo picked him up in the playoffs draft last night, and I just don't really see where he's good. He's slow. He's got 11 pace and acceleration. He's got 9 strength, so he's not particularly strong.
Talking of slow players, Jay Rodriguez has just gone for £3.4 million.
Oh wow,
That is
picked up Jay Rodriguez.
yeah.
all.
Nordi
Look at the
Mukulele
stats.
for Tim Lewis kind of swings us back to the pacey players, though.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of
Mikel
sort of
is,
players that, to be honest, with you, to avoid, probably N'Golo Kante. A lot of money for N'Golo Kante, £61 million. For a born-winning midfielder with 11 strength and 12 marking, you can get someone for a lot cheaper who's also French. In Bakayoko, 16 strength, 16 tackling, 14 marking, and 14 pace for just under 7 million, pretty much just under a tenth of the price.
Along that sort of similar lines, in that sort of region of the field, and he's a player quite a lot of people are familiar with. Lallana from Brighton. He is just a bit meh, really. He's slow. He's got 10 pace and 10 acceleration. Just physically not fantastic, brilliant overall. He also has 7 long shots, so he's not particularly great going forward, and he just can't defend for shit, really. So he is. He can't. I wouldn't really put him in any of his favourite positions because he just doesn't seem to be sort of great going forward or going backwards. And for 18 million, he's just a bit of a waste of money, really.
I'm just going to give you another alternative to Kante now. Someone who already went, and I didn't quite see who took him, but Bruno Guimaraes was 14.75 million. I've not seen this full stat spread, and I can't get FM up because I have to have the 2 screens flicked up, so you guys might have to cover me on this. But for 7.75 million, Bruno Guimaraes sounds pretty cheap, to be honest with you.
Definitely.
I've just seen
Yeah,
that
definitely, yeah.
Weghorst has gone to Jeb. I'm just having a look at Weghorst now. Oh my god, he is incredible for that price. If you're going to play a target striker, he doesn't have the pace. You can't play him as a sort of advanced forward, someone that's quick off the mark. But as a 6'6", 18 jumping reach, 15 heading, 16 finishing, 18 bravery striker, for that price, that is an incredible pick.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was watching Jeb before when he was doing his shortlist. Say that he was sort of kind of adding to his shortlist at that point. He already had quite a solid one down, and he had looked at Weghorst quite a few times. Now I can't see people's chats because again I have two screens and I don't want to share the chat with the stream, for obvious reasons of just letting people have their assistance, if you like, without other people having access to that information, without having to go out and watch all 7 streams that they're not currently in themselves. So I wonder if someone said that in the chat because he looked at him 3 or 4 times and then eventually added him to the short list. And I wonder if there is a plan there to maybe have that, as Badgie says in the chat, maybe a plan B rather than a plan A. Or is a target man the plan A? Is kind of what is kind of the question, isn't it?
Yeah. I believe Jeb Di Maria. Di Maria is a fantastic pick. Like he is, he's sort of one of those names that people just sort of, I suppose, a bit overlooked because of how he did at United. But like, if you look at his stats,
we don't
he's
talk about that.
you don't talk about that. But
Raz will hate that pick. Jordan Henderson. That's a lot of money for Jordan Henderson.
Very versatile.
I think I spoke to people last year. Now this is going back to FM22, and there's a few people that said to me, if you're playing with a deep line playmaker, Jordan Henderson is the best player in the game to get. I was never quite sold on him, but the people that were telling me this were experienced drafters who were winning drafts. So I'm not sure. I've never been sold on him, but if you know how to use him, you can definitely get a out of him.
Yeah, I am.
Right,
not
on
sold
you
on
go,
Henderson. Yeah, I'm not sold on Henderson at all. He's very versatile, but expensive for what I reckon most people use him as a backup. Like he just doesn't really have like a standout sort of vision. Like if you use him as deep beyond playmaker, he's got 14 vision, which is okay, but like you can get better.
You'd have to play him as a ball winner, really. I'm just having a look at his stats now. The mentals on him are absolutely incredible. So if you're looking at him, he'd have to be a ball winner because he's got the marking and he's got decent tackling and some bravery. And if you're playing in deep line, you don't need to worry about the pace. So the 14 pace is probably quite good. But I think that what I can see there is if captains are a big thing for a team, then you got to have him in there with his leadership and his determination and work rate.
Yeah. Apologies that I've just flicked Discord on the screen. We've got that off now. It's because I have to share screen. I just noticed the draft was paused and I was trying to find out why. It's now on the right screen, so that it won't show on stream again because this is all nice and professional from me. Not realizing I have to share. I'm used to, with like most things that you share, you just like share the window and you don't need to worry about anything popping over it. It's not working like that here. So this is my inexperience with the thing. Badgie says Henderson's dad isn't sold on Henderson as Zanko takes Ivan Toney.
Another decent target man, to be fair, you can use.
Yep. He's a 16 finishing, 15 heading, and he also can run, so he's better than Weghorst in that respect.
Yeah,
I would maybe use him as a pressing forward.
Build-up play has taken Meslier as his goalkeeper, £9.5 million. Yeah. I am very curious to how much budget build-up play has left.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I did load up a stream. It didn't load up properly. So I've got to go through an ad for that.
Hang on, I've got build-up plays there. He is on. Oh, God, look. It's all gone there.
Callum has came out and said he has no idea what he's doing.
World has just taken Jesse Lingard. That's a
That's
pick.
quite an interesting
5
pick.
million.
It's an interesting pick for so many reasons, I think.
So build-up play's got 58 million left with 6 players picked.
He's got to. I mean, he's going proper budget for that. Man. Like he's got. If he's going full 20, he's got 14 players for that 58 million. That is,
I mean, you can go even more cheaper for goalkeepers. You got,
Yeah.
I mean, a guy who I was looking at earlier, Guido Herrera, right? For Talleres, very unknown, but a good £4.5 million keeper, 17 kicking, 16 1-on-1, and 16 anticipations. So quite decent for £4.5 million.
Yeah. I think this is the exact opposite the last pool, where keepers in this pool, I think, are not good ones. Are not too hard to come by. Like there's quite a bit of like strength and depth in terms of the keepers. I think it was RC points. No, it was it before. I think it was either Zanko or Gavin when I was in a call from earlier pointed out that Fraser Forster was also available, and he is basically an absolute man mountain who has good reflexes and can jump. So essentially, he's going to save any ball that comes to him. The issue is he can't run, so sweeper keeper's out of the question for him. He's got 2 pace and 2 acceleration, which is impressive. Impressively slow.
I think I was mentioning 2 Croatian keepers to you before this that are both very, very similar, slightly cheaper than Forster in one case and about a 10 for the price in the other case. But is it a risk to take a 750k goalkeeper in this pool? Even if you look at their stats and go, they look decent enough. Is it one of those ones where you go, it's not worth the risk? Before you answer that, I'm just going to quickly reply to Tim Lewis. Tim, I believe Limo had similar issues in his community draft last week. It seemed to be around the times when he was shortlisting players. Now, don't stop shortlisting. Just obviously try and keep an eye on it, buddy. I know you're doing a top-notch job at this hosting, mate. So thank you very much. I do appreciate it. I just was trying to make sure that there wasn't a reason like someone had dropped out or something like that so that we could update the chat. That was the only reason why I'd kind of checked the Discord. But thanks very much for checking in with us, mate. I appreciate it. Right.
Gonçalo Ramos and Anthony Martial have just gone. 5 million and 15 million respectively.
Martial for 15 million, a decent deal. Not as good a deal as what he was last year. What was it, 5 million he was last year?
Yeah,
5 million. Yeah,
I've just seen that
it was insane, 5
Marlon's gone. Marlon, I've just having a look at Marlon now. At £5 million this early in the draft, he is interesting. He's got pace about him, but his stats aren't high. He's also down as a striker, and he's 5'10", 10 jumping reach. So I can only assume that he's looking at him as a winger more than a striker. But then he can't cross the ball, so I'm not quite sure how he's going to use him unless he's picking up a couple of cheap backup players now.
I'm going to give a shout out here for Tim, who's just picked not Malin, Wijnal. Malin went straight after. That's what I'm saying. Malin went to Wald. But Owen Wijnal, 850k left back. He's fairly solid for that price, actually. I didn't realise he was that cheap.
Yeah. Ben, how are you? He's returned from last week.
Oh, here we go. Ben's in. You best get your dinner answers ready.
Fish fingers and chips, Ben, before you ask.
Always ready, but it's the same answer that you gave me -2 for. So you know. Build-up play has kind of slipped out there, so we'll flip quickly over to Tim Lewis. I think that's just about covered every single competitor so far on the stream. So I'm pretty proud of myself for managing to get through everyone. At least I think I've caught everyone now. Hopefully we have anyway. Mircon, it wouldn't let you draft Alexis McAllister. It possibly has already been drafted. I'm not sure.
He has been drafted.
Yeah.
He has been drafted.
Andre Horta has just gone to Jed, by the way. I love Andre Horta. There's 2 Hortas, and I love both of them. They're both brothers. They both play for Braga. One's a midfielder and one's a striker. And in this pool, I genuinely think you could go worse than picking both of them because one of them from deep and one of them up top is unbelievably good. I think it's Ricardo Horta who's the other one. Your
Yeah.
goalkeeper pick's just gone, Mal, and Alban Lafont, followed by mine and Iva Ivusic.
Love to see
Two
that.
very quick fire goalkeeper picks who I think are very, very solid.
Lafont was I had him for my Leon save last season. Bought him off of Monaco. He was incredible for me for quite a few seasons. Definitely a good solid goalkeeper there.
Especially for the price. He's only 3.8 million. He's brilliant. You can't really say he can't, that's why I was talking about sort of the strength and depth of the keeper, because you can get keepers for that level of cheapness. Like, I mean, I wouldn't go in. I wouldn't really pick any of
Build-up
the big
play
ones. Like,
has dropped out by the looks of it. He is white and he's just he's been
should
kicked.
we yeah.
Could we
Yeah,
pause,
his,
please, Tim?
fine.
We'll
His stream's
Tell
gone
Tim
as well.
yeah.
It might just be his internet, I'm thinking. Sorry, Ben. Yeah, it was good, thank you. My day was decent. Didn't really do much today, I'll be honest.
Cool.
Yeah.
What I've said to build up there is because he said he's got kicked from the server. So obviously we've now got it paused so that build up's got time to get back in. If build up can keep us updated on that. He missed 2 picks there, so I think it's only fair we give build up 2 picks at the end. It's still a disadvantage because he's getting 2 picks when everyone else's picks has gone. But I think it's the fairest way to do it to make sure he's got the full capacity for the 18 to 20 that he would like. First question for RC. What did you have for lunch, mate?
So I had basically it's similar to like a pizza, but I put a bit of bread, some tomato puree over it, and cheese. Stick that in the oven. I had a couple of those. That was very nice. I do actually enjoy those. Bit of a budget sort of pizza, isn't it? But decent. Yeah. That's hopefully.
I mean, I'm not sold on Badgie here talking about Gary Cahill being a strong pick anymore. He's on 2.5 mile an hour. I could beat Badgie in a race. No, I couldn't. I could beat Gary Cahill in a race.
I mean, I paid to see that, to be fair. I mean, I think Gary Cahill would have been a good pick in like FM15 maybe. But it's 2022, 2023, 22. I forgot which year it was then. I'll say he's even in this pool. He's still in this pool. He's 1.6 million, so he's still relatively hefty. But yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at his stats now. He's like ignoring the pace. He's got 14 jumping reach, 17 heading. He's not incredible. He's got 15 marking, 14 tackling, 14 strength. So he's not like massively bad, but the lack of pace would let him down. And there are better players for just a bit more expensive or around about a similar price that you could get in for a backup. But it is Gary Cahill, so that is a plus.
I have tried the centre back Dante, the Brazilian guy. On paper, if you were to take away his physical stats, he is almost a perfect centre back. He's got great tackling, great positioning, great mentals all round. But that pace hurts. Build-up play is just restarting, so hopefully we can get him back in as soon as possible.
Fingers crossed.
Apologies to our contestants participants rather. I keep calling them contestants. It's not a game show, is it?
It might as well be.
Yeah.
And behind door number 2 is Gary Cahill.
Now you could pick Gary Cahill, or you could go with the person behind door number 3 or door number 1.
Always change. Always change.
So hopefully we can get him back in. Norton, how you doing, buddy? How you doing, mate? Nice to see you. I know you draft quite a bit with Build Up and Brofist, if I'm right in thinking. So it's good to see you around. As you say, the server couldn't handle Build Up plays picks here. It went. He's got Mbappe. Let's go. We're out. We're out.
Too much money. You spend too much money on
Yes,
one pick.
absolutely.
So yeah, hopefully we can get him back in soon. I'm just waiting, obviously, for an update on that. So we'll continue going. Who do you think's had the best pick so far that you've seen? Anyway, because obviously there will be some picks that we have missed.
So I would say overall, I'd say probably Tim or Gavin so far. I think Gavin's prep is definitely paying off in the draft at least. Like he has gone for some very solid budget pick, and of course Fakir, who is my boy, as like his big money signing, and Tim's
Build
gone
up
for
play
very
is
Tim players.
back in.
Okay.
So we can continue on if Tim can hear me.
Okay.
Gavin, make sure you're ready as well because it is your pick, my friend. Or at least that's what I'm seeing here, that it would be on you. Tim is flying the Welsh flag. Mal, you'll be very
of
proud of
course.
him for that.
Wales.
And also, you've been asked if you are named after the chocolate, Mal.
I am indeed, yes. My dad called me the Malteser Falconman because I like Maltesers so much when I was about 10, and it's just stuck since basically. So yeah, it's been going for like the last 12 or so years now. But apologies to make everyone feel old. I was 10, 12 years ago.
Yeah, that does make me feel very old.
Yeah, so we are back off now. We are following Tim Lewis on this side. Build up play seems to be back in and hopefully all ready to sort out now. Mircon has auto drafted Neto. Get disappointed with that. Very expected for a bang average player is his excuse. I mean, I don't think Neto's terrible. I've not seen Neto's stats this year, but he's one of those goalkeepers that I used to always love to get. He was cheap and solid, reliable. I'm talking about like single player there. I don't know how good he is this year.
Yeah, I mean, a quick look at Neto. He's about 11 million. I'd say he's a pretty solid keeper. Like you could use him as a starting keeper for sure. He's got 17 reflexes, 16 agility, so he's a good shot stopper. And aerial ability is not bad.
And
15
as we're talking
million.
about Neto, Tim Lewis has just wasted 28.5 million on Paul Pogba.
I thought it was
Now, this is controversial. I think Paul Pogba was actually quite good. Like, ignoring the fact he has like 5 work rate. If you look at his stats, like using him as like just as like a playmaker, like an advanced or deep line playmaker. 16 dribbling, 18 first touch, got 18 vision, 19 passing, which is amazing, and 18 technique. And he's not the slowest. He's got 14 pace, 12 acceleration, which for the playmaker is actually pretty good. It's just the work rate that lets him down. And
I mean, you described the entire run at Man United, didn't you? Good player, just didn't really care.
Yeah. But
and that's kind of my
draft
experience of using Paul. That is my experience of using Paul Pogba on FM. He's a good player when he turns up, but he turned up one game a season, so it was very expensive for that one game a season.
Yeah, I can't see many people draft Pogba in general, so maybe interesting to see how he actually does. Because again, stats wise, I think he could actually do quite well if assuming he gets like somewhat motivated.
Yeah, Callum has paid £30 million for a walking injury list, and Ousmane Dembele.
Oh no!
Obviously, a very, very good player when fit. Zanko has gone with the Croatian fullback Borna Sousa, and Mircon has followed up with 40 million for Marcus Rashford, who I think in this pool could be, if you can get a tune out Marcus Rashford in this pool, he could be very, very good. I think that's a few very solid picks in a row. Servey, a very, very cheap winger, going to build up play for £1 million. Obviously, he's on a very, very tight budget these days as Mr. Build Up Play, so he has to kind of be on those value picks, so he has to know them, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I think Serve's a pretty solid choice. I won't really call him a winger as such. He's got 10 crossing, but he sort of like has a solid sort of spread of attributes. Like he's got 12s and 13s in most of the technicals, and the only mental to be able to let him down is his 10 composure. But he's also and 15 pace with acceleration. He's relatively quick, so for £1 million, I'd say it's a solid pickup.
Yeah, Issa Dupe, I believe he's a West Ham centre back, has gone to Callum. I think.
I'm just. I thought I'd check what he's like in this save, and solid set of physicals. Maybe not the most technically gifted, 13 marking, but he is a 6'4", jumping reach of 17, heading of 16, sort of very good aerial centre back. The only thing that really lets him down is the mental. The mentals. You got bravery, composure, and concentration of 12. So, is he going to be a starting one, or is he going to be someone to come in and work a set piece with?
Yeah. Diego Carlos, who I believe is Aston Villa centre back, has gone to Gavin Brash, followed by Antonio Kake for £5.95 million has gone to Wald. Obviously, he's someone else who has to really be mindful of their budget after some very expensive early picks in Messi and Alisson.
Yeah, same as Zanko.
Do you guys
He's
have
only
a
got
favourite so
67
far?
million left.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see how people that play does with those with Mbappe, and Mbappe is splurging on Mbappe, and same with Wall with his two big picks. Because if they come good, they're laughing because they are gonna they will test stuff up. But it is always a risk relying on, say, that one big attacking player or goalkeeper even with Alisson, because like you know, especially with goalkeepers, the mistakes they make, and like making one or two mistakes, looks like you wasted about £60 million of your budget there for no reason.
Yeah. Tim Lewis has just taken Emilio Martinez. I saw a goalkeeper pick for 24 million, actually, I think.
Yeah. I'd say he's a little bit in the expensive side for a keeper in this pool, but Martinez is a solid pick, sure.
Matthias Cunha has gone to Jeb, who I think's a reasonable pick. He's not a player that I'm overly familiar with, but I think he's, one of those ones that sort of is a steady Eddie, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't say he's often on my radar, but he's like decently solid. He's thing to worry about him is that he's got 6 concentration and 8 decisions. So that does make me slightly concerned. He's just gonna do something mental and just make like 20 mistakes, but other than that, he's got solid attributes. Maybe how much is he? Let's scroll over. 18 million. Yeah. But I'd say it's like a decent price for him.
Mircon has taken Ben Godfrey, who I think is actually another one that's a fairly solid pick. Can play right back, centre back, and DM if I'm right in thinking. Sort of fairly versatile player who's got good physical, maybe not the best jumping reach, but fairly quick. As Wesley Fofana follows towards Tim Lewis there. Again, another fairly reasonable pick, I think.
I'm just having a look at Bill. Mircon has just had his squad up on the screen. I'm having a look. He's got a very, very good midfield, but he's got one striker at the moment, Budimir, and I'm just struggling to see where maybe he's going to get the goals from if that's going to be his pick. But he does have, in euros, he has 98 million euros left to go.
Yeah, I've just seen Gavin's squad as well. He seems to be very much I think he seems to have got his first 11 sorted, and he's to be very much drafting for a 4-4-2. So maybe he's gonna go full on Brexit ball in this tournament.
See, that's what Wold went for his first 2 games of his qualifier, and he couldn't get anything out of the 4-4-2 in those first couple of games. So I'm wondering whether a 4-4-2 is something that really you can get away with in a draft at this point.
Yeah. And someone who was in our list that's just been taken, Ryan Gravenberch. Gavin has just taken him.
I put him in the list because I thought he was a very solid, well-rounded sort of backup. I don't think he's a player that you can use as a starter, but we're now on the 12 pick, so people will be looking for those guys who can play multiple roles and do them well, I think. And that was a great shout mentioning Mircon, by the way, because he was one person that didn't have on stream yet, so apologies to Mircon when I said that. Matthias Nunez has followed by going to Jeb, and I'm just trying to keep up with this. Do you guys have a favourite so far based on who's been drafted? Is there anyone that's really, really standing out for you?
I had a quick look at Jeb's squad earlier. I quite like the way his squad was shaping up. I haven't seen it currently, so it would be nice because everyone's got to sort of 13 or so picks now, haven't they? So it'd be nice to see where he is. I saw Mirkon's one, and I think he's just a bit maybe short up front, and he's still looking at defenders at the moment. So, yeah, it's a weird one there.
I
he's
have
going
missed your
strikers?
question, Ben. I'm really, really sorry. I'm not used to this hosting malarkey. I'm usually on the pundit side of it, so I'm just learning all this. Kearney has asked, has Barisic been snapped up yet? I am not sure. I've not seen him go. I did recommend him to Callum when he was prepping earlier on, and he seemed very excited. So I'm hoping that Callum's picked him, but I've not seen him go yet. Callum did just pick a guy called Water, so I quite like the fact that Callum's picking Water because it says Callum has picked Water. Other than that, Ben, I'm very, very sorry that I've not picked up your question. If you could repeat it, I will answer it. I've just been trying to catch everything. I'm really, really sorry, buddy. Luke de Jong has gone to Tim Lewis. I think that's another big, strong target man. If you guys know him, I think he's sort of similar mold and maybe a slightly better version of Weekhorst.
Yeah, I'd say so. He's
And then
he's very much a Tim
Gilpin.
pick, just because he's strong, very very jumpy boy, very tall boy who can head the ball, and he's probably going to chuck him up front as the big lad up top, which is one of Tim's favourite things to do.
Yeah,
Callum's got a very decent squad on him. I have to admit, having a look at it, Callum's got very, very decent. He's still got 40 million to spend with 13. With you can still pick another 5 to 6 players.
yeah. I think.
I mean, looking at it, he can probably. Yeah, so looking at it, he can probably do potentially James Ward-Prowse crossing into Cristiano Ronaldo header. That's if he wants to be a bit sweaty. He can, be a bit sweaty. He can do that.
Yeah. So the James Ward-Prowse and Ronaldo combination from set pieces, of course, is could always be quite lethal.
Yeah, and I'm just having a look at Mirkon's team here, and it does look fairly decent, to be fair, as you guys sort of highlighted earlier on. The midfield in particular with Alexis McAllister, and there was someone else that was flagged up there that it just looks really, really good in general. You've got Marcus Rashford for a bit of pace on the wings. Neto's maybe the only questionable pick, and obviously he said that was accidental, so that's one of those ones where you just have to sort of lump it and hope that Neto pulls out the tournament of his life, really. But other than that, I'm quite impressed with Mirkon's drafting, particularly for someone who's quite inexperienced. Alan has gone to Callum. Now, that's another really, really solid pick. A very, very strong ball winner is Alan.
Very, very good pick.
Where is it? He is. How much was he? He was
11 million, I believe, just over 11 million.
11 million. I was going to say it wasn't 20 million one because he looks a bit crap. Yeah. So yeah, there he is. Yep, you're not wrong. He's not particularly strong, honestly, unless I'm looking at the wrong Alan. I could be looking at the wrong Alan, to be fair. He's the guy who plays for Mineiro, I believe.
Actually, I was thinking of the guy that was thinking of for Everton, so maybe I am wrong.
Yeah, could be.
The brown box is now in my cupboard, Ben. It's now in the cupboard. Veteran midfielder Juninho has been picked. I didn't see who by there because we'd flicked onto player reviewing for Mirkon here. It was a build-up play. When I think of Juninho, the only Juninho I can think, there's two Juninhos I think of, and it's the one that played for Middlesbrough, who's well retired, and the one that played for Lyon, who's also well retired. So I've got no idea who Juninho actually is. But if he's anything good to the two names that I think he is, he's probably half decent.
Yeah. So, well, I've got Juninho up here. I'd say he's a decently solid box to box. He is very much on the budget pick side, which obviously built-up players to consider. He's 950k. He's from, I don't have the real name fixed installed, so I don't know what AMG is in Brazil, but it's one of the Brazilian clubs. Yeah, pretty well-rounded centre mid. You could probably stick him as a box to box. Maybe it's going to maybe see on attack. Is
I'm
probably
just having a look
worth
at.
taking.
I've just managed to pause Gavin's squad. I'd be a little bit worried at this point with defensively for Gavin. So he's got He's got Max Aarons and Kieran Trippier as fullbacks, right fullbacks. He's got Tyreek Mitchell, which isn't too bad, but he's only got Diego Carlos and Bacao at the moment as central, as central defenders, and I'm not entirely sure how strong both of those guys are gonna be in this.
Eddie Nketiah has gone for. Wait, I'm watching Mircon, who is in euros, so that's why my prices are wrong. Either way, he looked expensive there. He looked really, really expensive. It was 50 million euros, which I'm going to guess is about 13 million for Nketiah.
13 million pounds. 13 million.
Look at me knowing my exchange rates for FM. I just think that's maybe a little bit too much for a player like that. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's got bags of pace, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But there's just that question mark that he's not maybe necessarily there elsewhere. Decent impact sub. We did highlight last week that impact subs like that can be useful, though.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, Don. Like, he's very pacey, but technically he's just a bit 14 finishing, 14 composure. That could score you goals, but I wouldn't say it's something you should rely on like as a starter. As an impact sub, it could work. Been gone 18 minute, got loads of pace, fresh legs, just chuck him up top and just absolutely outrun the knackered defenders. Could come good, but I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see how he uses him.
Yeah. Just quickly, while this is kind of people are making their picks, I am going to just run our FM Hub promo because we have Ben obviously in chat who's been fantastic working with us with FM Hub. Jamie's usually about as well. He's not tonight so far. And obviously Limo's our reigning champion who is now on there sort of helping him out at the top level as well. So I'm just going to run this out, guys. We'll be back in just a second. And that allowed me to also fix the quality on World Stream because for whatever reason it decided to run in 360p and I didn't notice it. So that was completely my fault. Apologies, guys. It should look a bit better now. As Eric Lamela has gone to Mircon. An interesting pick is Eric Lamela. But yeah, huge shout out to FM Hub, who have been great supporters of Road to Legends. Of course, the winner of this tournament overall. So that's next week's winner. Will get a FM Hub print. They're top quality stuff. I know Limo's very, very happy with his. I know a few people who have ordered them and I've said they're extremely top quality. So, you know, we appreciate the links that we do have with FM Hub and we hope to have a very productive partnership with them going forward. Cheese and cucumber sandwiches. You thought RC was dodgy. We need King for this. King just reads this out in much better thing there. Yeah, and there's Badgie shouting out his hub print as well, saying he absolutely loves it. So if you want a print of your FM teams, guys, to rememberize those moments where you've won the Champions League, you've got Wrexham promoted to the Premier League or whatever it is that you have successfully done as your challenge, get that team printed out on FM Hub. Top work by those guys. Recommended by people that all are part of this community. So go check them out and make sure you order one. Kevin McAllister here is quite cheap, actually. He's the fullback, the brother of Alexis McAllister. He's flagging up on a lot of stats here that Wald's showing, but he's one of those players that's sort of underrated. Scoops, how you doing, buddy?
In the Scoops.
Hey, Scoops.
How you doing, mate? None of us allowed in here, according to Scoops. Scoops, you want to come and take over, mate? And I'll just...
I'm allowed.
Yeah, RC's allowed. RC's allowed. So, RC, you and Scoops are hosting the rest of this, mate. Have a good one, and I'll catch you later, pal. As Lewin Kurzawa, £6.8 million to Tim Lewis. I think that's quite an interesting pick. He's not a particularly favoured left back for me. He has stats in good places, but for whatever reason, I just don't feel you ever get those stats down on the pitch. Do you guys have any thoughts on Kurzawa?
I would say if you wanted a very attacking left back as a backup, you can do much worse. But I would worry with the defensive side of it, really, with him. 10 marking and 10 decisions means, and he's quite quick, but I wouldn't say he has the pace to just absolutely shoot back when needed. He's got 14 pace, 14 acceleration. So again, not bad, but not really the pace you want to just sort of have someone just belting back up pitch. I've also just seen that Hulk's been picked by Mircom, which is a bit of a throwback name, sure. Let's get him up.
Watching Wall stream, that Lionel Messi is just that I'm eyeing that Lionel Messi, being like, what could he do? Can you get the best out of Lionel Messi?
Can someone remind me next week to make sure I eat properly in advance for Ben's questions, because I'm expecting a minus 50 out of 10 here because I skipped lunch and breakfast and he's asked about both.
I mean,
I did have a big dinner. There was a minus 2 out of 10 for him, though.
You only get minuses if you eat spicy food, to be fair.
Yeah, but with spicy bolognese is the only meal I've had today, so we have to have our pre-match dinner, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we said him before. I know it's that time of the year that Kevin McAllister just reminds me of Home Alone. He's a character like that.
Well, we're going to be seeing him running away from two burglars in two burglars in the middle of the game whilst paint buckets fall on the head or whatever.
I mean, if he runs away from the ball, that probably won't be good.
That's fair.
Yeah, Scoops, I'm the guy that took Italian food, which I absolutely love and adore, and went, it needs some spice. So yeah, I'm that guy. But no, I do love bolognese spicy or otherwise. When I don't have the kids, I tend to chuck some spice into it because I don't get any spice when I've got the kids because I'm too lazy to make multiple meals. I'm not even going to try and pronounce it. Eden Nielsen has gone to Jeb, not a player I'm overly familiar with. £4.75 million. Says here he's a midfielder.
Yeah, he's another one of those solid box-to-box midfielders you can get for quite cheap. He's also got 19 penalty taking, so that could prove useful later on. I will say he's not the strongest. He's got 8 strength, 9 balance, means he could fall over a bit, but other than that, solid all-round technical and mentals, I think. So he could certainly do a job as a backup.
Yeah. Kearney asked earlier on, and I'm curious as well, has anyone seen Borna Barris that's been picked? I need to know if my boy's gone. Because I will make a new favourite based on whoever has picked him.
I can't say I have, but what I have seen is Wolves just picked up Nat Phillips, who is one of my other boys apart from Rob Holding, because he's also at Bolton, but he was a youth player. Currently sitting around in Liverpool's on 23s, but overall he's a very solid sort of backup centre back. He's quite cheap to say. It's 3 million there. Not the paciest, but 16 heading, 15 jumping, 15 strength. Marking and tackling both 14, and mentals all around for defender pretty solid. So you could certainly do worse for depth. You could certainly do worse for 3 million quid.
I've just been catching up on Twitter, and Tim has said, if you do not keep mentioning him as a favourite, you're dead to him. That was aimed at Mal. I don't know if you saw that, but that's made me chuckle a little bit.
No comment on that one. But Tim is my favourite. Just to satiate him, he's my favourite, obviously.
Yeah, I'm hearing in the chat that Messi's on a mission tonight, so I am literally double checking.
Yeah, he scored at I know it's 3-0 according
it's
to
3-0,
my. Yeah,
Julian Alvarez has scored 2 and Messi has scored 1. It is looking like, Google's now saying that Argentina are 99.5% likely to get to the final.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a
Yeah.
hard ask to get Croatia back into that. As much as I want my boy in a World Cup final, it's probably not going to happen. As Guard of Wall has, not Guard of Wall, Joseph Garibaldi, whose name I cannot pronounce yet, trying twice. The French CDM from formerly of Wolfsburg has gone. Wall just picked up Kevin McAllister, who I think is a fairly solid backup pick, actually, Kevin McAllister. He covers so many decent positions, and he's not the worst in any of them.
Yeah, just don't leave him home alone.
Hey.
It is coming up to Christmas time, after all.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I say Mikhail's a solid backup pick. He could play sort of across the defence, and you could chuck him as a wing back if you wanted to as well. Nothing particularly wrong with him. Strength is a bit low. I wouldn't really use him as a centre back. Really, he's not particularly jumpy, not particularly tall, but sort of chuck him on either fullback. He's would do a decent job as a backup for sure. And he's
Mirkon has picked Romain Saiss, £8 million central defender.
It's just standard tobacco scoops. I'm happy to not promote tobacco, but just evidence that it was tobacco and not anything more sinister. Just to confirm, we do not condone any sort of illegal activities on the Road to Legend stream.
And Ben, no, you can't have your sub back. I'm afraid, mate. Sorry.
In fact, we expect you to sub here for that content, Ben. We expect more money from you.
No, not just to this channel, but to all of us individually as well.
Oh, you don't want to sub to me? I never stream. Damn it. Jerv, I couldn't even read that
It's
out,
like-
mate. Can you,
Damn it.
because it is about mine, and it's saying it's -4 right now, but it feels about -10 outside. Could you traffic me to some hot country, preferably like that's cheap as well? I will take a Kenya, or a Morocco, or anywhere that's nice and cheap and warm. To be honest,
I've
Gerb,
got Australia right now.
I wouldn't. There's too many bloody
Australia's a
spiders.
decent right now.
Far too many
Hey, it's got
spiders.
some
for
hot where
me.
there's no spiders.
No, Connor Cody has just gone to Jeb. It's not
Ah,
bad
wrong one.
for the price. It's not a bad pick.
I've done that twice. I've highlighted everything.
Yes, crimes. I agree.
Crimes from Eloise.
Crimes.
Best you can do is a surprise trip. I'll take that. As long as it's warm, mate. As long as it's warm and my box is comfortable, I don't care. I'm just trying to see if there's any names that haven't been taken yet that really stand out to me.
Well,
Hakim
Hakim
Ziyech
Ziyech
has
has just
Gavin.
gone to Gavin.
Ooh, that's Ziyech is a very solid pick, I'd say. Like, it's always available this late because he's someone I always try and pick up as like, I'd say like a backup sort of player, could play across the front three. He's the only thing that let him down is decisions, which is 9. But other than that, solid attributes across the board.
Ben, yes, Patrick Bamford is in the draft, but I don't believe anyone's picked him up, surprisingly.
I don't think anyone will.
Yeah, I think so as well. I
Yeah.
think there's a few players. Brenner, by the way, the strikers in the MLS, 22-year-old Brazilian, £1.4
what a
million.
player.
That is a pick and a half from build-up play, and it does show, at least to me, that he knows
Oh, good.
exactly who he's picking. I was literally catching that as you said that. Why are all my streams down at like 320p, 80p? There we go. We're back up now. So we can get, we're going to switch quickly to Jebaru again. The man with a beard I am very, very jealous of, I will have to admit. I wish I could grow a beard that looks that good.
I don't know
But
how
unfortunately,
you
I get this nonsense that needs shaved off.
No, I've grown
Mircon,
close
I
to
do
that, and
not
it's
envy
itchy.
you for any reason there. And if you want to move to a warmer country, I can recommend Scotland, where it is only -4. Which
Oh,
much,
in England's currently, for me, it's 0. I'm all right with that. All right, Tiemu Bakayoko, is that Bakayoko? Is that who I'm thinking of? Who just got picked?
Yep,
do that properly.
6.65 million has gone to Y Callum.
Very, very good pick, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
With what was it? What did he have again? Oh yeah, 16 strength, 16 tackling. Basically, just a better, cheaper version of N'Golo Kante.
Definitely, yeah. Kante is, as we were saying before, Kante is stupidly overpriced for what he is, and he's about like we can probably all name like one or two players who are at least as good as him for about half the price
Yeah.
or even less.
Mircon, can we please not talk about minus 30? I don't think my nipples could cope with minus 30. I think they would just run away. And I'm leaving you all with that image deliberately. We're on to round
believe
20
Tim
now,
has
by
just
the way.
finished
The
picking.
only player that can draft after this round is Build Up Play, who can go up to 22 because he missed 2 picks earlier on due to internet issues. They were both skip picks by the AI. So we will give him the extra 2 picks should he wish to take them.
Scoops, yes, there are games today, mate. We are playing a league format, so everyone will play each other once in order to go through.
Ben, I agree with you, and I can say that as a Rangers fan. I think he's an unbelievable midfielder as well. However, he is not in this pool. So nobody can pick him. Because Scotland are too poor to qualify for the World Cup, never mind get to the quarterfinals. So we need to get there eventually, Ben, but now's not that time. But Callum McGregor is one of those players who should be at that level, in my opinion, because he is phenomenal. And I can say that behind gritted teeth. So Build Up is opting to use his last 3.7 million here, I think. Obviously, we don't get to see who he picks because it skips right past him as soon as he picks a player. But there we go. That is the end of the draft, guys. So we're going to let everyone go for a quick toilet break. We're going to have a quick toilet break. We will be back in about 5 minutes' time. So thanks, everyone, for hopping in. And we'll see you after the break, guys.
I've got that lightning inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising, oh, just you watch. I'm stepping into fate. There is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I'm cranking up on the throttle, victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. Like iron from the fire, getting stronger. This is how legends are made. Above it all, untouchable. A new animal. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I got the lightning inside me. Oh, just you watch.
Oh, we're back. We're back. I literally sat down just as that BRB screen ended. I'll maybe need to speak to Jono about that being time limited. How is everyone doing? So, yep, we're just waiting on the players coming back. Some of them are back, some of them aren't. I believe build-up play is restarting next. Due to some technical issues, he's a bit concerned with everything. I'm just trying to double check and see if we've got an update of that. Build-up play is saying he's going out after the internet's going out after the performance of Argentina. What do you think of the draft then, guys? Is there anyone who's really stood out for you so far then? After we've now seen all the teams sort of out. I know there'll be picks that we've missed. But just out of curiosity, I've just seen Jeb's got my man, David Klassen. Jeb, what a legend. If you'd had Borna Barisic instead of Alex Tellez, you'd have been my favourite without a doubt.
Tim seems to be going for a 3 up top tactic, which is very much FM22. With it's a advanced forward and 2 pressing forwards by the side of it. It looks very similar to mine in the FM22. I wonder where he got that idea from. But it seems to be playing instead of he got a ball winning midfielder instead of a deep line playmaker like mine does. He's playing Pogba's box to box, which I'm skeptical of with his work rate. I don't think he'll do particularly well there. But yeah, 3 up top tactics. I haven't seen him really been using FM23. They could work.
Well, I'm just having a look at Mirkon's setup at the moment. He's gone for a 3 at the back formation. He's got Gavadal, Zagadou, and Ben Godfrey as his 3 central defenders. The Budimir, who I said, I don't know what he's going to do with Budimir. Seems to be the only striker, but he's gone with Budimir as a target forward. And he's going to be playing Rashford as an advanced forward. Now, I've not seen him play as an advanced forward before. I know you can get very good out of him if you're playing him from a wide position coming in. But, so he's got Rashford and Budimir with McAllister sitting just behind in an advanced playmaker role. So, we're going to see a 3 at the back going.
I have just had a Discord DM, by the way, with a clip of me smoking on this stream. Tell me to quit smoking. So, I appreciate all you guys that are watching and lurking, looking out for my health. Unfortunately, we all have our really bad habits, but hopefully we can fix them over time. We are getting there. Hence, they're just not quite strong enough for me to be on the cigarettes yet. But we'll get there. Jeb has just created a tactic, then loaded up a second tactic. Oh, right, I see what he's doing. He's got a plan A and a plan B. I like it, Jeb. I like it, mate.
Gavin's got that as well. So he's got a very standard first tactic, and second tactic he's gone for a 4-4-2 as Gavin. So there are a few people that have got a couple of people that have got a plan A and a plan B, which in Mirkon's case, it looks like he's got plan C as well.
Interesting, because I'm looking at Coach Zango. He's so far only had the 1 formation, but with a 3 at the back and a 3 at top. But also a pick that we missed was Andy Carroll. She's an interesting pick. He does have a target forward.
That's one of Ali's favourites. So I'm sure he's going to have it if he's watching along. Zanko and Tim both going for 3 up top formation is interesting. I wonder who'll win the battle of the 3 up tops whenever they face each other. Assuming they're using the same tactics.
3 up top interests me because I had a 3 up top for FM22, and the first thing I always do, because I'm not a GIR, I'm not a RDF who has this ability to just know what a tactic does. So when I get a tactic working, the first thing I do is when a new game comes out is go, right, this tactics worked on this game. Let's move it into this game and see how it works and try and adjust it. So I had my 2 formations that I brought across from FM22, which was a 4-3-3 and a 5-2-3, which was a 3 up top. And I found that 3 up top to be extremely weak. Now, that was pre-patch, and we've also had 2 or 3 patches since then because I was trying that in the beta. So I'd be very curious to see how in the current patch the 3 up tops work. And now, obviously, in fact, it was a very, very similar sort of system to how Zanko's running it, the one that I had, a couple of different roles. So but obviously defenders have been tweaked and tweaked and tweaked to the point that they're now absolutely atrocious in the promise that they're going to get better. So I'm curious to see how this does affect it in terms of that, because if the patches work defenders as much as I think they have, the three up top could be very, very strong again. So maybe Tim and Zanko are onto something that we don't yet know. But obviously today's the day to find out. One game that I am really looking forward to is Tim versus build-up play, because I think that is two people who, one, Tim has a good reputation in the ranked draft, and build-up's got it in the non-ranked community draft, where hopefully we are going to see how that's different. Tim has just said, my set pieces are completely broken, won't let you pick anything. It should allow you on game day, Tim. It should allow you to do it on game day. So if you do it before the first game, before you press continue, it should then save them. That is my understanding. I've had that bug before. Unfortunately, it's been a bug that's been on FM for a good couple of years that they still haven't fixed. Just flagging it up on screen just now so everyone else can see exactly what Tim said. But hopefully, fingers crossed, it'll do it on game day. If not, the best way to do it is to go into a game, save them, and then just load them in every single game. It's a bit of a pain in the backside if you have to do that. Fingers crossed you won't, but hopefully we can get you going.
I had a look at Callum's formation. His sits down as a 4-1-1-4. He's got Cristiano Ronaldo going to be playing as a poacher. And as expected, looking at the set pieces, he's got James Ward-Prowse literally taking everything. But the one thing that I was quite surprised at is Ronaldo's free kick taking. They've properly nerfed that now. He's got a free kick taking of 10.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
I mean, to be fair,
wow.
he was one of those guys that I always thought had when you look at his free kick record in real life, he was a guy that always took the free kicks, but there would be the odd insanely good one and then a lot of really, really poor quality ones. So it doesn't surprise me that stat is coming down these days. Because I think that's one of those stats where he got high based on reputation rather than actual ability.
Fun ability.
Yeah. Obviously, everyone's just sorting out their tactics just now. Is there any tactics out with we've highlighted the sort of two front threes? Is there a tactic that you guys have seen that you go, oh, that looks really, really good?
I'm having a look at build-up play. Build-up play is currently making a sort of asymmetrical 4-2-2-2. He's got his ball-playing defenders and wing-backs. He's got a defensive midfielder and a volante sitting a bit deeper. He's got an inside forward and a shadow striker along with Mbappe and Nessie as two advanced playmakers. So he's got in theory, he's got large gaps in the way that his tactics been set up. Obviously, the volante will roam a little bit. He's got the wing backs that will cover some of the wide areas, but yeah, there's a few gaps there that people might be able to exploit.
Mal, is there anyone you've picked up on, or is it just the two sort of front threes you've picked up on?
Yeah, I'd say it's mainly the two front threes. It seems like Gavin's used a sort of weird asymmetric tactic I've seen him use before with mixed success. We do have the fixtures in. I have just seen that build-up player is going to be playing Gavin first, so Gavin's got a bit of a baptism of fire. I mean, and I think it's Tim versus Jeb in the truck derby as well. So
Yeah,
Callum
versus Wold.
I will take the truck derby as the stream game then, because I think there was quite a lot of interest on that if we went off of what Twitter was saying before. So I don't really know the reference to this truck derby, I have to be honest. There's obviously something that I've completely missed. But I've seen a lot of up the trucks and obviously a lot of hype for Tim playing Jeb. So I will take that as the stream game. The truck off. Yes, Tim. The truck off.
So who's taking Callum? Is that?
It's Callum versus Wold, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm happy to take that
Oh,
one
who
if
wants it?
anyone doesn't want that one.
I can take build-up player and Gavin if you want to, and I'll see if
Okay,
you want to take
I'll take
Vic on Zanko.
and Zanka. Yeah, cool.
Yep.
The good news is I switched stream there and I got the full 1080, so my Twitch seems to be settling itself now. So fingers crossed it is as good quality for you guys as what it's shown for me, because what Jeb and Tim are putting out is as crisp as anything for me. So I hope that's shown through on the comms
Love that.
channel as well. Do appreciate all these guys having amazing quality. I think every single stream today that I've popped into has been very, very high quality, 1080 or 720 at worst. And obviously, I'm never going to judge someone for having 720 because that's still a very good stream quality. And not everyone can afford the best graphics cards and monitors in the world, can they?
Yeah.
Or some people live in areas where you have potato internet, like myself. So thanks to FM King, who's
Yay.
run this stream for us today. Big shout out to FM King, who was going to be joining us on the comms, but unfortunately has some family issues himself that he's had to manage. So hopefully he can be able to manage them. But huge shout out to him as well. Massive love for him, even just letting us use his internet while he is dealing with that issue, which allows us to get slightly better quality across. You have to make sure we're shouting out the guys in the background, and obviously to Bullions and Jono, who are a massive part of the RTL team as well. Jono's still helping out, even though he's taken a fair bit of back step. Have to give him credit for the trailer that we had today with all the players' names on it. This is quite an interesting formation from Jebru, to be honest, that I'm seeing here. The sort of standard 4-2-3-1. Quite interesting roles for a 4-2-3-1. So I'm interested to see how this works. As you said, he'll have had these little things where he's watched enough of these people playing these kind of systems, and he'll see what works and what isn't working, and he'll hopefully put this onto paper into his own tactic. And very interesting to see how this comes together. The one thing I will flag in his team, is the lack of set piece takers behind Alex Telles. If something happens to Alex Telles, the balls into the box from his set piece takers are going to be a big drop in quality, I think.
I'm just having a look at Callum's formation at the moment. He's got essentially a 4-2-4. He's got James Ward-Prowse as a defence midfielder, and then he's got Kone playing as Mazzala while he's got two wingers. So, I mean, Mazzala generally likes to drop out wide. So, you're essentially leaving Ward-Prowse as a lone man in that central midfield at times.
Yeah, I'm not even sure Ward-Prowse is a defensive midfielder. I think he has to be that guy that's sort of either sits right in the middle or is allowed to venture forward. I don't mind him as a ball winner. I think he can do that role, but he's not the best at it.
I mean, he's a DLP in defence, so they are going to use him to spray the balls about. But yeah, defensively, Kone might try and get back into the middle, but you're looking at big gaps in that midfield that you can expose.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm just having a look at Wold. Wold has got Lionel Messi in centre midfield as a DLP.
As a DLP, I was waiting on you saying on a CM on attack there, which I actually think he could do really, really well. But as a DLP, that shocks me.
He's still the star rating. He's still 4.5 star rated as a DLP support in the centre midfield.
The thing with the DLP on support, you are taking away Messi's issues that he's had with the pace sort of starting to drop off a bit now. And you're then playing all those amazing stats. I think the thing that I maybe prefer him was like a CM on attack, because you don't have the defensive responsibility. It doesn't matter that he's not got that pace because he's still going to get there. It's just maybe they get in the back that's a problem. But you still benefit from all those amazing attacking stats that Messi has. But that said, as someone who's just there to spray the ball around, it's maybe not the worst thing in the world having a player like Messi who's got amazing vision, amazing decisions, work rate and whatnot. And, he can pass the ball, can that boy, can't he?
I think I've just seen that right. So Wold, I didn't even notice this. So Wold has got, in his front line, he's I can't even say it. He's got Dominic Solanke, he's got Jesse Lingard, and he's got Jay Rodriguez.
And an update for those who decided to watch us over the Argentina-Croatia game. It finished 3-0 to Argentina. A brace from Julian Rodriguez. What's his name? I literally just read it. Julian Alvarez, the City boy. And Messi from the penalty spot also scoring. We did have comments in the chat that Messi was on absolute fire tonight, so I will need to watch the highlights later on, because that man, when he plays his best, is something else. So it will be either Argentina versus France or Morocco in the final. I'm looking forward to that, guys.
Yeah. So
Okay,
just
we have
kicked off
kicked
here.
off
Gavin's
in the
going
Zank-
with a just kicked off here as well. Gavin's going with a 4-4-2, basically fairly standard roles. He's going with inverted wingers and wingers, and I think he's looking to use his fullbacks as a main attacking option. But the player's going with an interesting asymmetric sort of formation that I think I've seen him use before. He's got like two DMs, one of them slightly off centre, and he's got a right winger instead of left winger, and Gavin's just scored. So 4 minutes in, 3 minutes in. It's 1-0.
We've got a goal here. Paul Pogba with a ball over the top to
mistake.
Mal, I've got no idea how to pronounce his name. You probably have a better idea. It is Ayorke. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mal. Ball move from Paul Pogba to Ayorke, right in behind the defence. Maybe there is something at this front three, because that defence was sat right off him there, and he was in behind free as you like.
Yeah. It was Martial.
In this battle, this is very much a 5 at the back versus a 5 at the back. Mirkon versus Zanko. I mean, this is what, a 5-3-2 with an attacking midfielder versus a 5-2-3.
Goal 2-0 Gavin. Callum Wilson this time, and build-up play is very much on the back foot to start off with. It's 6 minutes in, he's already 2-0 down, which I don't think anyone saw coming.
We're 10 minutes into this one with Callum and Wild, and it's all Callum at the moment. I've watched, in a couple of highlights, I've watched Messi give the ball away a couple of times. Callum's actually hit the post 3 times already. Once from Ronaldo, I forget who the other one was, but it's all Callum at the moment.
Yeah.
We're half time
here.
Interesting.
On you go.
17 minutes in, basically just bouncing around all the way to Rashford, who hits it into the bottom left-hand corner. 1-0 Mirkon.
Oh, it's a woodwork again for Callum. It's a brilliant ball in from Cresswell, and Cristiano Ronaldo hits the post.
I think I'm the only one at half-time here. It looks like Jeb's making some changes, but it is currently 1-0 Tim Lewis at half-time.
Oh, it's 3-0. Is it offside? No, it's an own goal. Gavin's 3-0 up. John Claire Tabibo with a. I think it took quite a severe deflection off him, but Gavin's 3-0 up with less than 10 minutes played. Maybe this is his draft. Maybe this is his draft with this start.
I have just seen one of the most blatant penalties ever. Oh no way, ref! You can't do this. Oh my! The referee has had a shocker here, by the way. At one end of the pitch, Tim Lewis's guy has 2-footed Jeb's striker in the box. Nothing awarded. It's played on. It's launched clear. Jeb's player has tackled, and it was a harsh tackle, to be fair. It probably was a foul. I'm not sure if it was a red or not. And Jeb's player's got sent off. Jeb is now 1-0 down with 10 men, when he should have been had a penalty. It was the most blatant penalty I have ever seen. Eloise said,
it's half time it's half time for the Mirkon Zanko game. Mirkon is 1-0 up, and Zanko is actually making quite a few changes. Quite a few more personalized changes to the personal instructions.
Oh, a huge miss from DCL for the 10 men of Jeb. Great ball through. DCL's gone 1-1 with the goalkeeper, beat the keeper and hit the post. It's an interesting few minutes in the Truck Derby. We're 55 minutes in. It remains 1-0 to Tim Lewis.
We're nearly an hour into the Callum Wold game. It's 14 shots to 2, but Callum's only hit 5 shots on target so far. He's got an XG of 2.27, and there's just been no highlights really for Wold in this one.
To answer straight edge, you came in
in.
just in time for the first game, buddy. Right now, I believe, is it Mircon? No, it's Gavin Brash beating a build-up play who is top on goal difference. I apologise.
Yep. Yeah, and it's only been 20 minutes that game, so got a long way to go yet.
This referee is absolutely mad. One of the players I think it was Jeb's player, literally kicks the other player in the face, and the free kick went to Jeb.
Sorry, straight.
It is, I think, 1-1 for this game, but we're going to go disallowed. VAR being against Zanko here. It remains 1-0 at 60 minutes in.
We've got a VAR decision here as well. Marcus Thuram has scored for Tim, but I think it's going to be disallowed. It did look offside to me, but it is a VAR decision regardless. It is indeed disallowed, so it remains 1-0 Tim Lewis.
Ooh. Did move a bit of a tame shot there. It was easy to have a build the place keeper. I think that's the first shot he's actually saved all game.
Oh my days. That isn't even close to being offside, by the way. the lines were, it was like going through the Mersey tunnel. That's how far those lines were apart.
You can see some changes actually being made by Mircon. Sort of putting McAllister back into the middle. And let's see what he does. He's changed formation into potentially a sort of a lopsided, like 5-3-2. Very, very interesting.
Yeah. So right now,
putting Bellingham as a defensive midfielder.
Yeah. Right now we have Gavin Brash on the top, followed by Mircon and Tim Lewis. All 3 players win into the other game right now. It's a draw according to what my screen is saying. You guys will be able to confirm that. That is Wold versus Callum, I believe.
Yeah, it's still 0-0 here at the moment.
So interesting opening start so far. Obviously, things can change. As Jeb has hit the post again, this time from a corner, as Weedhorse rises above the defence and heads against the post. And that is full time here. I am going to switch the stream game to Gavin versus a build-up play.
Okay.
Because that game sounds pretty intense. As soon as I can get through all the ads.
Yeah. We're in the 32nd minute here, so we've got quite a while to go. Oh.
And Wold, completely against the run of play, has just scored an absolute screamer from Catchy. So they played the ball. Matt Longstaff played it into William. William played it out to Catchy, who I think is playing right back, and he hits it into the top corner past Lafont. That was actually Wold's first shot on target.
So I've just loaded up the build-up play. I think it was at you that was talking us through this one, RC. Yeah. I'm not going to interrupt you too much. I'm going to let you run through it.
Sorry, it's me who's talking me through this one. Sorry.
Sorry, Mal.
We're in the 30th minute. The game is going very, very slowly, and not sure if that's something to do with build played internet. Gavin is just absolutely cracked one off the bar, but yeah, she's going to play for a goal kick there. There hasn't really been much pausing, but the game's been going very slowly, which does make me think it could be build-up players internet playing up somewhere.
He was struggling with his internet during the draft, remember? He did say he was restarting it to try and hopefully fix it, but you know, it is what it is. If it runs a bit slow, we just have to manage it.
Yeah. The one thing I have noticed is that Kylian Mbappe is on a 6.3, so that's not a particularly great start for build-up plays, £93 million man. Who he seems to be using as a AF, which is interesting, along with N-Nisri, I probably butchered that
Yusuf
name.
Nesri.
And Nesri, yes. Okay. But definitely butchered that name then.
The thing is, with Mbappe, if you get him in behind, nobody is catching him.
Yeah.
He is probably one of, if not the fastest players in the game. So,
For
as
sure.
an AF, I actually quite appreciate that, because if you're just looking to get in behind, then you've got the best player for it.
And it is full time. Mirkon 1, Zanko 0. Zanko won't be happy with that. I mean, it's very, very close. 15 shots to 13. Very, very close game, but yeah. Mirkon with a win.
Good introduction for Mirkon then, straight in with a win. He was sort of the unknown quantity coming into this. A last minute jumped in, didn't even know he was playing until today. So huge thanks to Mirkon for jumping in at the last minute. Know he's been wanting to get into the draft scene for a little while, because he mentioned it to me when I had the pleasure of playing him in a non-ranked draft. And I'm excited to see how he does. But that is a genuinely very good introduction. A good win over a very experienced drafter in Coach Zanko there.
Yeah, for sure. Getting off to a good start. Same with Tim against Jeb. Jeb drafted quite well, but Tim seems to have got the better of him. Not for up top motion, as you're saying. When they get through the defense, there's no stopping them really.
And it's full time here.
Overloading it.
It's full time here. Callum Neal Wold 1. And if you want to, if this is a proper FMing. So Callum had 19 shots to 6 for Wold. And Wold scored with his only shot on target in the whole game. It was a 2.67 XG to 0.89. The only thing that Wold really, possession-wise, especially when Callum was going for it at the end, it was 38% possession for Callum. But that would have been because in the end, he was playing with a front five and just trying to lump the ball forward to get a goal back.
That sounds like absolute pain for Callum. I've been in many of those situations before where the game just decides to just give you mess you over and just give the other team their one shot on target, one goal.
I would really love to see the woodwork stats, because I'm pretty sure that Callum hit the woodwork at least 4 times.
It's always brutal when you're on the wrong end of that, but you have to remind yourself.
And even better, Scoops is in Callum's chat and has just gifted a sub to Wold in Callum's chat.
Scoops is on the troll today, isn't he? I think Build-Up Play is making some changes here, which doesn't surprise me. The stats really aren't in his favour at the minute, unfortunately.
But
the thing that I would say to Callum right now, to go back to what you were saying there, Louis, you have to remind yourself that you were the better team there. The tactic worked. The thing that didn't was your strikers didn't put the ball in the back of the net. There's only so many chances you can miss like that before you eventually start scoring. And once your striker goes, he goes. So try and keep the head up, Callum, mate.
Wasn't it? Was it Harry?
I remember the same thing happened to
last week, where he had a game that he absolutely dominated and he didn't win.
I can't remember, to be honest. I was saying to you in the Discord chat earlier on, I'm literally having to get you guys to back me up on stats for everything right now, because my memory, for whatever reason at the minute, is an absolute mush. But we keep going, don't we? We keep going.
Yeah.
So looks like Build-Up Play made a couple of changes. Tadibo, who conceded the own goal, has gone off, and he's brought on Leverbe, I think it's how I pronounce his name, as a centre back. And Brenner's come on for Joe Bamber up top as well. So
he's taken
and he's shifted Mbappe to the wing, and he's brought on Brenner for I can't remember his first name, but Bemba. They were his 2 worst performing players.
I want to say I was watching Chuck and Stick's draft show, when they were doing it right at the end of FM22.
Yeah.
Hope they bring that back, by the way, because I think that was a valuable addition to the I've seen. So Stick and Chuck, if you're listening, your content was valued, bring it back. But Stick, in one of those episodes, Stick was discussing Mbappe in relation to FM22 and how different people used him differently. And the ones that used him a specific way tended to get the best out of Mbappe, and the ones that didn't were the people that were saying Mbappe's hit and miss. So I wondered if that's maybe going to be similar in 23, because I've seen some people getting an absolute tune out of Robert Lewandowski, who was absolutely dreadful last year. You couldn't pick Lewandowski in 23, really, could you? And I've seen him being extremely good this year. Whether it is, I think someone like Mbappe maybe is that sort of mold where you have to have him in the exact right role that he wants, despite the fact the stats say he should be able to play anything that allows him to run.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, I've seen the same thing with Sadio Mane this game. With obviously last week, Shorty trying to use him at attacking midfield. He only scored 1 goal in the entire tournament, so
yeah,
did not do well for him. But with some other people I've seen using Mane on the wing, and that's actually got the best out of him.
Yeah, I mean that's a very good point as well. Yeah, we mentioned how Mane disappointed last week, didn't we? Is there obviously out with Gavin absolutely doing build-up play here? Is there any of these results in the first sort of round of fixtures so far? Obviously, this game could change. That has really stood out to you. Obviously, Tim versus. You mentioned Tim versus Jeb so far, 1-0. I think it was quite an even game as well, actually, despite the 10 men. Is there any other results that have stood out to you guys?
Not so much. I think everything's sort of been very close. Everything's been sort of very close, and you've seen that is the only game so far that I've seen has been only that's gone more than one scoreline.
Yeah, that's very true. Oh, we've got a highlight here.
Play Mbappe corner.
Yeah, is Mbappe any good at taking
seems
corners?
like Gavin's going to counter attack. I don't think he's bad, but I wouldn't to put him as my corner take. I'd use him as like a one of the explosive guys who could maybe run around the box and cause some damage. Martial's good ball to top to Martial, but Messier manages to climb it. That could have been offside, but there's no flag, so I know Mbappe's don't mistake Mbappe's through to Brenner. Oh, good save by Gavin's keeper. I've forgotten his name. Ivanovic or Ivanovic.
Ivusovic. He is a 6'5" keeper from Osijek in Croatia. He's one of the guys I flagged to you guys before the stream that I didn't put on the good picks list because I didn't want to put too many Croatians. And I think of the 10 players I put down on that list, I think 7 of them were Croatian. So I didn't want to put him down on that list, but he is a phenomenal goalkeeper. It was a very good pickup, in my opinion, from Gavin Brash for the price paid. I think he's 4.5 million. 6'5", amazing reflexes and stuff. Callum's came in. He has said absolutely robbed. Grimmy has agreed with him. And, Lewitt obviously flagged that up that he was absolutely robbed as well. Callum, we feel for you, mate. I was saying, I don't know if you heard me, but I was saying just keep your head up, mate. From what Lewitt has said, you created the chances. They didn't go your way. Believe in the tactic. It obviously created you something. And I think that's something that you have to remember. If we go back to the road to the qualifier, Wald lost his first 2 games and came back to get through. So it's far from over yet, mate. Keep yourself up. You looked really good. I heard that you looked really good. I heard the woodwork was the difference between you and a big win there, mate. So keep the head. You want to do at least one Sue tonight. I'm not the best impression at that, so I'm going to ask Mal to do it instead.
No. Sue! that was probably not much better. Going, I'll see your turn.
Sue!
RC.
Oh, Lewitt's gone, so we can't even ask him. Oh.
Yeah, we'll get him to do it, and he'll come back when he comes back. He'll be like, "Why am I suing, boys?" And we won't tell him. Callum says he absolutely loved it, mate. So good effort.
Yeah.
Good to sue.
Thank you, Callum.
I don't know if I would. I think I would maybe get arrested if I took a road to sue.
Road to sue. Pure Ronaldo draft. per Ronaldo draft. There's this entire pool of Ronaldos where everyone has to pick up a team of Ronaldos and see what they do.
Who would actually? That would be interesting. Though.
Was it the Super League that done it once? I believe they got a sponsorship off one of the comics, and one of the characters was a football player,
was,
I'm sure. And
Roy the
everyone
Rovers,
had to
wasn't it?
draft Roy the Rovers, yeah. And everyone had to draft Roy the Rovers.
Yeah.
So it was like Roy the Rovers, A, B, C, D, however many people there was. So not confusing when you're looking at the top goal scorers list, because I think he was like the best player in the pool as well. I do appreciate everyone who wanted to look after my health before. We're having another cigarette. We're 72 minutes into this game. We do believe we're having some internet issues with build-up play, but
another effort for Gavin just pinging off the ball. And it looks like a build-up has gone to counter-attack. And that was coming to the end of highlights.
Oh, that was a great ball from Mbappe that
Yeah.
cut that off on. That was that is the worst point to cut that highlight off. This mad through ball from Kylian Mbappe that looks like it's the strikers all day. I need to know how he fucks that up. Excuse my language. I wonder if that, just looking at build-up stream there, I wonder if that is build-up's win-lose ratio for draft mode that's on screen just now.
It is, yeah.
If that is 66 wins, 15 draws, 21 losses is a pretty mad record.
It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah.
Very good.
That's like, I mean, that's probably his banking in all of his overall drafts. Oh, I think we've got a goal for Brenner there, and it's VAR has just awarded it on my screen.
Yeah, you're slightly ahead of me.
Yeah, Memento. Just a simple ball through to Brenner, who's able to outpace Diego Carlos and slotted it in the near post past the keeper. 3-1 with about 13 minutes left to play. It's doable. The comeback could be on. I imagine build-up players going to look to try and take advantage of this and make some changes.
I can imagine Gavin being disappointed and not keeping within clean shape.
Didn't you hit Waikalo enough by gifting Walder sub scoops?
Kick-off highlight. Might work, Kate.
Build-up play's internet is normally fairly reliable, but obviously I know the part of the world that he's in has had some internet issues recently. Obviously, we lost Brofist in Group A due to an outage. Obviously, it's quite a torrented part of the world at the minute in terms of consistency for stuff, so please bear with us. I know Build Up Play is trying. He has apologised in the chats and stuff, in the private chats that the teams, the participants have. So I know he feels quite bad. He's mentioned that he's had some problems with it since the start of the draft, but hopefully it is on the up. We are getting through this game. The stats actually look pretty even given the scoreline. Obviously, it's been really much hitting the target that's been the problem for build-up again. It's something I flagged up quite a lot last week in terms of some of the results where it looks even, but one person's hit the target more and thus has more chance to score. Whether it's Vucic, the goalkeeper for Gavin, has also had an extremely strong game. In fact, the whole back line's had a fairly good game at all +7s. Although that says build-up plays goalkeeper was on a 7, it's just dropped to 6.9. As I said that.
Yeah, I think Messi's had a reasonably okay game. It's not the goals he conceded they weren't really any fault of his own. It was mainly Tadibo scoring their own goal, and there was a few dodgy defensive mistakes. I think Livramento was the one at fault for the first goal, where he was just the ball was just nicked off him in the box, and he was able to just cross it into Martial in the box. So I think
Livramento sitting on a 6.3 there. Since Mbappe's been moved away, he is back up to a 6.6. So that positional change maybe helped get Mbappe in the game a bit more. Welcome back, Lewitt. While you're back now, we need a sue from you. You might well be muted still.
I am muted still. Sorry. That's bad, isn't it? Very professional.
As long as we get your sue for Callum, we'll be happy.
Sue.
I think that's probably the best effort so far, actually.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
I mean, given the situation, build-up play does look very, very quite comfortable. He's watching and he's trying to. I think he's trying to understand here, but he does look very, very relaxed. So it's positive to see that he's relaxed, because I think a lot of people after a bad first result would panic.
Yeah, I mean,
Mal
you saw obviously from last week, Eloise obviously lost I think her first 2 games and then managed to
Thank you, Eloise.
obviously try to get.
I'm not of the moon. I don't like the pizza cup. Can
I am
we just
curious as
not
to what the pizza. I am curious as to what the pizza cup is.
It's the
Yeah.
EFL trophy, but it's named the Papa John's trophy. I don't really like it.
Okay.
It contains 121 teams from Premier League clubs, so it's just sort of ruined it for me, basically.
They've done the same up here with our sort of equivalent to that. Not only did we invite under 21 teams, we decided to invite English, Irish, Welsh, and Northern Irish teams to it.
Yeah, and I don't think the addition of the other ones are that bad. I think it's just the idea of just playing kids from like top tier sides just a bit insulting, really, for low league teams.
See, I think it's this transition to going into the European B team system, which I don't think is a bad thing if it helps develop players for the top level, for the national team. If it doesn't, then I'm open to all the criticism for it. But I look at it as, and it's maybe a bit different with England, where you've got a much bigger pool to pick from. But for a Scotland or a Wales, it could be much more beneficial to have those players play in competitive games early.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan of clubs hoarding players, really, like a certain Chelsea has done in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously support a big club who had a B team in the league system, because we now have them in Tier 5 in Scotland. But they're limited to Tier 5 only, and they have to be approved by the league to get in. So I am slightly biased because I've seen a number of players break through or on the fringes of breaking through into the first team since that started.
Yeah, it's full time here. Gavin beats Build Up Play 3-1 in the end. I think Gavin pretty much had to comfortably shut up shop after conceding that first goal and was able to see it out. Yeah. It's a very good win for Gavin.
Eloise, my Pompey side are also in the quarterfinals after we beat Stevenage today. So
yeah, we're just waiting on one more person continuing. There we go.
Yay.
So, round up of game week 1's fixtures, we had Tim Lewis beat Jebaru 1-0. We had Gavin Brash beating Build Up Play 3-1. We had Mircon beating... Who did Mircon beat again? Coach Zanko 1-0. Apologies, my brain is mush, as I've said. And we had Wald beating Y Callum 1-0 and a bit of an FMing, as Tim spoke us through, and the chat have also spoke us through. Sounds like that was quite a tough one. So that leaves Gavin Brash leading on a goal difference. Mircon, Tim, and Wald all equal on 3 points with 1 goal. So interesting start to this. All teams starting. Only one game had both teams score 2 goals in, or a goal each in rather, with Gavin beating Build Up Play 3-1. I'm trying to get a list of the fixtures for the next round. If we can get that, that'd be smashing. If anyone else catches it before I do, let me know, guys. So Gavin will be taking on Mircon. I've definitely got that one.
yeah, Jeb won against Build Up Play, Wald versus Tim Lewis, and then I've just lost it, so I'm not sure what the last one was.
Yeah, I'll take the Coach Zanko game anyway. That'll be, I'll take the Zanko Callum game on stream. Make sure we can get as many people as we can covered.
Yeah. I will go for Wall and Tim this time.
Okay. I'll take Gavin.
What does that leave me with? Sorry.
That should leave you with G-Eb and Build Up Play.
Right, okie dokie.
I'm getting into this up the gas chat that Eloise has. I absolutely love it. Eloise, I did
Up the
say
gas.
to Mal to pass on my apologies, by the way, that I had your name wrong in every single graphic. I do apologise. I wasn't reading the list and went off memory of how stuff was spelled and messed up. So I really do apologise. That was 100% on me. And I know these guys. We try and uphold the most professionalism. So when I get something wrong, I feel it's only right to apologise for that. And I hope that we can see you in future drafts again, Eloise, because I thought you were an absolute credit to your community when you drafted over the past couple of drafts.
Definitely, yeah. She's a well, just a credit to everyone's community, really. She's involved in. Pretty sure she's at least involved or spoken to pretty much everyone in this draft pool, maybe exception of Maycon. But yeah, she's just done fantastically well for her first couple of ranked drafts as well.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think I always remember my first couple of ranked drafts when you go and you're so nervous and you see the names that are in it, and it's like, that person's good, that person's good, that person's good. You know, and just seeing even someone who's low on the draft rankings, because you know they're ranked, you automatically sort of have that little bit of nerves, I think. So to come in on our first draft and win the road to the qualifier on her debut draft, I think was an outstanding achievement. Yeah, we have just about to kick off here with Zanko versus Callum. Two people who lost their first game 1-0. So they kind of both want to get up to winning ways now. A draw doesn't really work for either of them in terms of building momentum. Zanko is looking very, very calm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with two people who won the first game.
Zanko's just bopping away to whatever beat he's got. It's brilliant to watch. So, who is your predicted winners for your respective games here, then, guys, based on the first games?
Both of mine won their games 1-0, so but I'll plump for Tim, I think. I am curious to see how his free up top tactic will just continue to work throughout the draft. Whether it will continue to get better and better, which I think it will, or whether
that is a good goal from Gavin, actually. Gavin in 1-0. That is actually a counter attack. I mean, Zagadou had it for Maycon, but then Fekir took it and then scored. Your boy Fekir is doing well. Wow.
We also have a goal here. Amir Guri has scored for Coach Zanko, assisted by Ramos. It's Ramos playing off the right wing, so it's not Sergio Ramos, I assume.
Yeah. There's no goal here, but we've got a red card for Tim in the 5th minute. Marcus Thuram's been sent off for what seemed like a really fairly innocuous challenge, but the ref gave me red for it, so it must have been something more dodgy in like the actual game engine. And Tim is very much at disadvantage now.
Right. Grimmy has came out and said there has been a murder. So whether he's just trying to get me saying murder or not, I don't know. But somebody like me saying murder. But maybe he's seen that challenge and sees it slightly differently from you, Mal. I mean, to be fair, it does say here that Dan Byrne got subbed off after it, so maybe it was a bit of a murder of a challenge.
Oh, we thought Dan Byrne get injured for me, yeah. I don't think it was red card worthy though. And Tim is definitely out. Well, Tim has got to play 85 minutes with with 10 men now, which is definitely going to put him at a disadvantage. And I think he's just conceded. Tim seems to be giving it on. Yep,
it
goal
is
awarded
2-0 to Gavin. Penalty from the pool. Apologies for interrupting you.
No worries. Marlon up to Slanke. He chests it down and hits it on the volley past Martinez. Puts 1-0 up after about 25 minutes.
We are still 1-0 here. It looks a fairly even game, to be fair. Gavin obviously looks like he's going to be the king of the fast starter and then seeing it out, to be fair, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That's 2 very quick starts in a row that he's got a couple of goals up quite early. Anything going on in your game, Luke?
No, we're 15 minutes in. We've only had the one highlight so far, which is a tame shot straight into Melier's hands. I mean, it's 2 shots to 1. Well, although Militao is just going to take a free kick for build-up
I'm
play.
just going to interrupt you for a second. Matthias de Ligt has just had the most stunning volley. The chat would have seen my jaw drop on this. It was a corner, it was cleared, and de Ligt on the edge of the box just volleys it home. I was not expecting that. It's 2-0 Coach Zanko.
I mean, I also have to interrupt you as well because it's 3-0 to Gavin. Very good counter attack from Anthony Martial. Chip the keeper. 3-0. 25 minutes in 3-0 Gavin. It's not looking pretty for Maycon.
Gavin on fire early doors here. Zanko looking like he's going to bounce back from his defeat to Mircon. Callum needs to do work here. He's not out of this game. It's been quite an even game. We've just got to half time. But I'll be honest, the big chances have fallen in the way of Coach Zanko here. He will be very happy with his team's performance, whereas Callum has gone from kind of being FM'd and dominant to struggling a little bit here.
Yeah. It's half time here. It's 1-0 World still. The game has been relatively even considering Tim has had 10 men for the entirety of the first half, basically. But big Dominic Solanke taking his chance and putting 1-1 up into the break. Tim looks a bit. Tim doesn't look very happy with it. I'll say that.
Well, I mean, if you ask Eddie Howe what happens when you ask Dominic Solanke to take a chance, he will tell you he left Bournemouth and went to Newcastle. So it worked out for him. Maybe Tim needs to do similar.
Yeah.
Leave Tim Lewis FC and go to Newcastle. Although I suspect
what a
he's
save
enjoying
by Melier. Jeb's just gone through. He just picked apart the defence, and Melier's just made an incredible save.
I was just saying, I think Tim's enjoying Wrexham a bit too much for that. With imagine he's got Ollie Palmer and Josh Mullen up there smashing them in.
Paul Mullen, yeah.
Yeah, Paul Mullen. I said Josh Mullen. Where the hell did Josh Mullen come from?
Apology for the interruption. It's 45 minutes and it's Callum Wilson. It's 4-0 Gavin. Wow.
That's a sore one for Mircon. Well done, Gavin. Interrupt all you want. The most important thing is the games. I am talking waffle in between just to try and make sure we've got no dead space.
Yeah.
Chat can get involved. Ask us about our dinner. Ask us about our thoughts on B teams or whatever that we can fill that spot in it as well. You're very much a part of this stream, guys, and very much a part of this community. Even if you are only watching, absolute legends. As we've got one back for Callum, Cristiano Ronaldo cross in to Simeone, who tucks home. He's got free from his markers. Simple finish in the end. Did I hear another O there? Is that another goal or another chance?
No, it was very close chance for Tim Lewis. Nigel de Jong hitting it from the right wing, and it just skimmed the top of the bar. Went out for a goal kick. But it's Tim seems to be slowly getting back into the game now. He's changing his tactic a little bit. He's gone to more asymmetric formation. He's bringing on Kazawa for Vidal, and he's changed a couple of other players that I wasn't able to catch because he was doing it too quickly. Yeah, he's got 2 target forwards up top, which is unusual. I will say that. But it seems to be working.
Is changing. Apologies. Mircon is actually changing his formation from a 5-back to a 4-2-3-1. So let's see if he can come back from a 4-0. It will be tough for him, but let's see if he can do that.
Oh my days! We've got a VAR decision here. It could be 2-2. I think that one stands, It does indeed stand. A really good move here from Callum. I didn't see who scored it. I'm really, really sorry. This highlight the replay has been skipped. Unfortunately, it was Everton Everton somebody or other. Cabelinha. Butchering Brazilian names again, guys. Could even be Portuguese with that name, to be fair. But really good play, and he's just got himself free. Callum's only had 3 shots, but his free shots on target, but his XG is up to 3.13. He's changed things at half time, and he's really come back into this game. And Zanko's response to this is to bring to bring Andy Carroll on. Apologies.
I think Tim's got the ball on net, but he might might be offside. Nigel de Jong was pretty much tapping it in from about 2 yards out, but I'm pretty sure it was offside. Yeah, offside. Remains 1-0 Wold. Wold's going to close a couple of times. Tim's defense fucked up very, very close to the goal, but it was the centre crossbar and out again.
Apologies.
Giroud!
Again, apologies again. It's 5. Anthony Martial, it's 5-0.
Oh,
Jesus.
We have a goal here as well. It is 3-2 to Zanko. Ball into Giroud, who plays a brilliant 1-2 off the post and then taps home the rebound. Clouds maybe got a touch that might want to think he could do a bit better, but it's Olivier Giroud playing 1-2s off the bar. What else can you say?
that boy Giroud at it again. He's been really good in drafts I've seen recently. I'm surprised no one picked him in the playoffs yesterday, but yeah, he's been absolutely outstanding, especially when Tim's used him before.
Yeah, he's one of
As
those
the
players that doesn't look like he should be able to do things, and that's in FM and in real life. But you stick him on the pitch and he gets you goals regardless of what you do. He's just that little bit of magic, isn't he? Lou, have we got any update on your game, my man?
We're 37 minutes in. Very even game so far. There's not really much going on, and the game is sort of still going slow here. So not much going on.
Full time here, Tim has Walders beaten Tim 1-0. I would say the rest of the game was relatively 50-50. Tim made some changes and it did seem to work quite well in trying to sort of damage them as well as getting back into the game.
Yeah, we are
it's
full time here as well. It was 3-2.
That's
63 minutes in. It's 6-0 to Gavin. Oh my god. This is okay. Yeah, this is not pretty at all.
Yeah, we're going to switch to that for our feature game for a little bit. Because Coach Zanko won that game 3-2. Good, strong result for him. Callum a little bit unlucky. Really came back in the second half. I feel he might have felt he could have nicked it. Unfortunately, Olivier Giroud is Olivier Giroud.
Gavin again with some possession.
Despite being 6-0 up here, Gavin, he's not looking all that happy, is he?
No.
It's like head in hands, looking a bit down. You're 6-0 up. You won your first game 3-1. You're on cruise control right now, my man.
Gavin, that's how Gavin actually is. You don't realize Gavin's just chilling. He's chilling. That's what he does. Could have been.
I just can't chill like that. I'm going to try it because it might work for me in future. I mean, to be fair, it's probably better for my posture doing that rather than all this leaning forward that I do. It seems like, just from the couple of minutes that I've watched here, Mirkon's counters just aren't being as effective as what he'd maybe like.
No, he's been very, very
Ivicevic has made a good save. Hulk off the... Oh, my days.
Ooh, off the line.
Rashford, good save. Oh, my God, double save from the keeper. Gavin is very, very lucky to have not conceded.
I think the second one was off the post, to be honest with you. That was a huge chance.
You think so?
Yeah, I'm sure it was off the post. It was an absolute tap-in for Hulk. I mean, I know it comes on his weaker right foot, but you'd expect him to finish that, wouldn't you? This is a guy who's made about £40 million playing football in various countries.
We've reached half time in this game, and both guys are doing some tactical tweaking at the moment. It's been so even, but I'm just having a look at the build-up play was on a very attacking thing. He's pulled it back down to positive.
It's 7. It's 7 from a corner. Oh my God.
Rodrigo Becao scored in that one. I'm feeling a bit for Mirkon here. He started his draft, sort of competitive draft debut or maybe, sorry, it's the second one because he done the breakout, didn't he? Really, really well with a good 1-0 win. And then he's came against Gavin Brash in this kind of form. I mean, that's 10 goals scored, 1 conceded in 2 sets of 90 minutes for Gavin Brash. What a way to introduce yourself to Road to Legends, my man. Gavin, on fire, my man. Absolutely on fire. Who's build up playing again here, buddy? Because I showed build up stream the last time. So
Jeb.
Jeb, right, perfect. Thank you. I did think that. I just wanted to confirm before I switched it.
I feel so sorry for Milton right now.
No here. This is looking a bit.
I said there's been only a couple of highlights. There's not really been anything there at all for in terms of clear cut chances. I think Jeb's probably had the best chance, which is well saved by Melier. But other than that, there's not really been any good clear cut chances.
Miracom, we feel for you, buddy. We feel for you. Keep at it. You started strong. Focus on the start. Ignore that. You're back at 1. You've won 1, lost 1, but you're, focus on you've won 1. I'm going to let you guys just commentate on this one for a minute, and I'm going to quickly dive to the toilet, guys. I'll be back in a second.
I'm watching a highlight while we watch Jeb. Actually, build-up plays got a highlight going, which... Oh, there we go. Now we're... Adilson, Canate. The passing, I mean, there's good little passing passages of play going on, but nothing really, really clear cut. And there's Mbappe steals the ball, gives the ball inside. There's Bamba, Janino. Oh, and there's a goal. There's a goal for build-up play, but it's going to VAR. And we can't see where the liner is at, and it's a goal awarded. It is a goal awarded, and it's unnecessary, and it all starts from Mbappe winning the ball on the right-hand side. Good little passing passage in the middle. Janino through to El Nesri, and that is 1-0 build-up play. And that is actually the best chance that he's had all games so far, in all honesty. All the stats are pretty even, apart from maybe the shots on target, which build-up play is doing a little bit better on at this point.
Yeah. Just to quote to Mircon there, yeah, we've all been there, mate. I've had worse results than that, believe me. I remember playing Tony Jameson and I lost 15-2 over 2 legs. I ended up playing defender list just because I wanted to score a blooming goal. It was an absolute mauling. Keep your head up. You can bounce back. Yeah, we believe in you here. RC, you obviously watched that game, if I'm right in thinking, the Mircon game. Is there anything you felt that Gavin exploited in Mircon? Or was it just...
And it's 1-1.
It was the counters.
Teles with the corner and Canate with a cracking header, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, on you go, RC. Just was it
literally just it was just the counters. I'll be honest. Yeah, it was the counter attacks because the pace of Martial and Wilson just exploited the back. It looked like, and even though he wasn't doing it, it looked like Mircon had his defense quite high up, and obviously that quite high up, and the pace exploit from Gavin allowed him to score. And obviously the last goal was a corner goal. We can't really do much about that. That is what this game is.
Yeah. No, obviously I quite like the tactical side of this game, and while I'm not the best at understanding what each instruction does, I like to watch the tactics and see how things mix up. That is criminal from a build-up plays midfield there. Oh, and Tadibo there as well. Absolutely criminal defending.
Not far away.
This really isn't the start that build-up would have been looking for, really, is it?
No.
Someone who's coming in probably targeting to win this group and build up for the final with momentum. And someone who's very much capable of that. And it's kind of been the opposite end for him today, hasn't it? Where we've just not seen so far the best build-up play as he subs off Kylian Mbappe. He's had enough of his £93 million man. The man that cost him just under half his budget has been subbed off.
Which is surprising because Mbappe was the one, the man that started his goal. Tell us with the corner again. Oh, and there we go. It's another corner goal. Or is it? Who's offside?
Usually when these ones go to VAR, it's ruled out. It's awarded. That's the first time I've seen that kind of decision being ruled out. What was it for?
It's supposed to be for offside, but there was nobody offside.
It's maybe trying
one.
to see if that defender was in the. So there was a player that was on the line. He was in an offside position, but he was never in line of sight of the keeper.
But it's the Telles Canate duo there, so he's got something going there with Canate.
Yeah, I did flag that. Telles is obviously a really good set piece taker. I'm surprised to see him not pick someone like Borna Barisic as a backup, even if he didn't want to play him or doesn't like him, just to have him there as someone who slots straight in and does the exact same role set piece wise.
And he might need a backup because Telles is probably the worst conditioned player on his team now.
Yeah,
Not quite into the red for condition, but he's not far from it.
Yeah, but he's also the only player in Jeb's team that can be taking corners and free kicks. Everyone else is 14 or below, and I think once you get to sort of 14, you really start to see that drop off. You know, FM is one of these games where different stats will show themselves at different levels, and sort of 14, 17, you sort of see much different levels in terms of certain things. And corners is one of those really, really obvious ones, I think. And that's why
potentially Ward-Prowse would have been quite good.
Yeah, well, I think Ward-Prowse went very, very early, so I don't think he'd necessarily have been an option for Jeb. But that's what I'm saying. Like someone like
first or second pick, wasn't he, Ward-Prowse?
Yeah, I think he was second round. Yeah, but I'm thinking that's why I'm suggesting someone like Barisic should have been quite good for him because he's almost a like for like with Telles for a couple of £1 million.
Oh, and there's another one. Yeah. It's not Telles this time. But it's the ball's come in and it's another header. He's just completely free. There's nobody challenging for that header, and Jeb has shown that he has got a good set piece routine here. So everyone's gonna have to beware.
Yeah, I feel like Jeb has been watching me play FM22. He's clearly not because it's a slightly different corner routine, but it's similar sort of styling in it. Yeah, he's subbed off Alex Telles, and I'm going to eat my words because the guy with 14 corner takings got him the assist. So 3-1 Jeb.
I mean, we did say Jeb would be a dark horse. This might be a reason why.
Yeah. I mean, that's half the battle. I always said, you know, when you looked at me tactically, I didn't have great tactics, but I won a lot of corners. So what I needed to do was have a good corner tactic. And if I could get good corners or good takers and good headers, then that was half the battle for me in terms of draft. So if Jeb can do similar, as he's shown here,
that's Bamba. Oh, it's a good block.
Then there's no reason why he can't go far, because if you've got the edge on set pieces, you've always got a chance.
No, don't do it, Jeb. I can't see the screen.
I really wish I knew what he said there because I've got it muted so I can hear you guys fully. But I really wish I knew what he said when he's big screened that. So full time, Jeb 3, build up play 1. Build up play will really be looking at bounce back now with 2 defeats on the trot.
Yeah, it's a bit of a unusual start for build up play, isn't it? Like he is so used to getting off to a like those lightning quick starts and just winning everything in general, and it seems to be very much an unusual position for him.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I'm quite shocked to see this start from build up. Just reading Jeb's chat here. Nice to see they've patched corners.
Who's who's loving April's corner?
I'm just replying, please don't encourage them. It's the only way I can score. It's accurate.
Yep. Yeah, it's accurate.
Tyler's in the chat, up the corners.
So it's something that's I'm not. It'll take him a while to fix it properly, I think, because there's always a chance it'll go completely the other way and just make corners completely useless.
I think I am going to stay with Jeb for the next game, and I'm going to take the Jeb Gavin Brash game. Two teams who have just scored a fair amount of goals, so I think that will be the best use of our stream.
Okay. I am happy to.
I'll go with the Mircon one. I've not seen him yet, so be interested. I'm interested to see which of the tactics that I saw him picking at the beginning that he's going to go with. Looking like he's going to go with the three at the back, so I'd like to see how that one plays out.
I'm happy to go with Tim v Zanko on my end, and
I'll take Wold.
Yep.
That'll be
That's
Wold
good.
versus Build Up, if I'm correct in thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Meerkat's early team news, Aguilar and Godfrey are both missing through suspension. So two of his back three are missing through suspension.
Quick update on the league table. Gavin and Wald only two on 6 points, followed by Jeb, Zanko, Tim, and Mircon on 3. And Y Callum and Build Up Play both need to get their tournament really kicked off here. We'll both be looking for some wins to get off the foot of the table. It doesn't look like too much hurt here for Gavin. He does have a few yellows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a starting lineup plus 1 on the bench, which is kind of in a critical bench position as well because it's 3 of his fullbacks all on yellows. So be really, really important for him to make sure that none of those fullbacks get a yellow this time around. Or one does, and then none does, and then one does again kind of thing, so that he can rotate them carefully and take the yellows one at a time. The last thing you want is to be playing some midfielder at your left back position or your right back position because everyone's suspended. But that's the only risk that I think I'm seeing here for Gavin Brash.
Okay. Tim and Zanko don't have much in the way of suspensions. Zanko's got Delict, Henderson, and Grammaris all on yellows, and Tim's got Vintal and Pogba on yellows. But I think Tim definitely has a good backup for Vintal. I'd be happy to using. I'm sure Pogba as well. He's moved to deep line playmaker this time, not a box to box, because I think that's quite a sensible change around. Zanko's gone with dropping his 2 midfielders back to DM, so he's gone with like a sort of like a 3-5-0-0-3. No, 3-4-0-0-3. I can count. Yeah, I think he's no suspensions at the moment, as far as I can see, on either end.
Interestingly, there's only 3 people on positive goal difference so far, and that is our top 3 competitors. Jeb on +1, I believe I saw there. Someone else on +2. I think that might have been, can't remember who it was. I'm really, really sorry. It was whoever the other person said had 6 points, so that'd be Wald. And obviously, our man here, Gavin Brash, who's on stream with the +9 goal difference after 10 goals scored, 1 conceded in his first 2 games. Flying out the blocks, is Gavin Brash. I'm excited to see how this system actually plays from the start, because I think every time I've tuned in, he's sort of in the let's just see it out now sort of stage.
This
Callum's
game's going to
changed
be
his
interesting.
system
Lionel
slightly.
Messi. This
go
game,
on.
Lionel Messi versus Kylian Mbappe.
Oh, the big
Ooh.
spenders.
I say after the
We've already
first
been half an
game,
hour into this game,
that it
and
was
nothing's happened.
Callum was playing a sort of a 4-2-4. It's still a 4-2-4, but rather than having two wide players, it's actually going to overload the central area. So he's got Ronaldo and Simeone as a front two. He's got Buendia as a shadow striker and Everton as an inside forward. So he's really going to go and push those centre backs.
We had one early chance here. It was for Jeb. I'll let you guess what type of chance it was. It didn't go in.
Corner.
And that's a
It
surprise.
was indeed.
It's already half time here. 0-0. There's been one chance for Tim. That's it.
And Kunku's just had a weird shot from the edge of the area, a very bizarre angle, and hit the post from it. Jeb started a much stronger team this time. I've tuned in to see Gavin Brash's fast start, and I've seen a Jeb fast start instead. And on that, it is 1-0 Jeb. I'm going to let you know the combination. Lewitt, do you want to take a guess?
Is it Teles Canate by any chance?
It is indeed, my friend. It is indeed. Teles corner into Canate, into the far post. Easy as you like. Jeb's onto something here.
Oh, and Neto has just tipped a ball over from a Kone shot. Callum's starting to get some chances in. It's a Ward-Prowse corner. Can we get anything from it? No, it's cleared away. So the one of the better corner takers is not hitting the target enough.
Looks like
Ooh,
There's a
nearly a
penalty
chance
review
of
by
build-up
VAR
play.
here.
35 minutes in, still 0-0.
and he's got it. Duncan's
Rifled
got a
wide from
penalty by Diashile. The foul. Giroud.
Oh, it's
Oh, it's
another
saved.
save.
Martin has saved the Giroud penalty.
You might be saying that again next week.
Yeah, there's always a chance of that, isn't there? Well, I mean, Moko going to win, right? Right?
I
Please.
hope so.
That'd be nice. Yeah.
Oh,
Does
a huge defensive error here from Jeb. A through ball over. The defense doesn't read it. Martial does. The goalkeeper comes and gets caught in absolutely no man's land. It is 1-0. Jeb 1, Gavin Brash 1. Shocking defending, it really is. Absolutely shocking. A defender just leaves him and the goalkeeper's in no man's land. Did I hear another ooh there?
No, I'm just seeing James Ward-Prowse. Callum has got 3 bookings, and he already had some. And I'm pretty sure James Ward-Prowse and Aaron Creswell will be suspended for the next game.
I'm trying to see if there's any bookings here that affects Gavin, because obviously he had a fair few. Nuno Santos might be suspended for the next game, but I'm not sure. The big concern for him is obviously the 2 fullbacks. Neither of them are booked yet, so that is positive for him. He is interestingly just gone straight to his corner routine and going, right, I need to change something here. So he's obviously not happy we conceding that corner, and he wants to get one back. But it's halftime 1-0. Any update in the other games, Mal and RC?
Still 0-0 here. Oh, nope. That completely lied because Tim has just got 1 up. Luke de Jong with the 86th minute with that classic ahead from a corner. Not near post this time. It was sort of far post, which was unusual. Yeah. Tim goes 1 up. He's trying to make another sub, but I don't think he can. No, he's going to full on everyone in defensive mode, which is, and he's gone, yeah, everyone in defensive mode, full on time wasting, just gonna try and kill the game off basically for the last 5 minutes, which don't think it's a bad idea.
Yeah, me neither. An update for you, RC, mate?
Its build-up play has actually been dominating. It's still 0-0, 63 minutes in. But we already highlight it's good save from Allison. Allison has been keeping in the game for Wold. It's 14 shots to 4. Very, very, very sort of dominant by build-up play, but still a draw.
I mean, we were a bit shocked that Wald spent all that money on a goalkeeper, but it seems to be working so far because that's both yourself and Lewitt that have highlighted a very strong defensive performance from Allison so far.
Yeah,
Tim's
definitely.
just
Lina Messi
conceded
has
a
not
late
done well though at
equaliser.
all.
And did you say Andy Carroll? Guess who just scored for Zanko?
Andy Carroll.
It's Andy Carroll, yep. It was a suited the ball in, and Andy Carroll, not with his head, weirdly, it was with his feet. He was able to put it past Martinez.
I refuse to
Probably
believe
could have
this
done better
unless
there.
you clip it and send me a replay, because Andy Carroll does not score with his feet. That said,
Yeah, it
Ali
surprised me
is
as well.
somewhere right now knowing that Zanko has scored in a game, in a draft, and he is dancing away.
And I just say, Wold, must thank his defense because the amount of he just because build-up play has like 3 consistent shots, all being defended by the centre halves of Wold, and it should have been clearly maybe at least a few goals by build-up play, but Wold is just getting lucky every single time.
Steady at the back. Steady at the back is what Wald will be
Looks
saying
like
right
it's
there.
going to be.
Both
Tim's gone full
sides.
load of
With
ball.
70
It's going to
minutes,
work.
both sides have been making massive
Goal.
changes. Ooh.
Goal, Tim. He's gone full on direct football, absolute murder ball, and it's worked. 2-1 in the 94th minute of 95, or 5 added on. It's well, it's not very direct. I'll say that it was ball in for the right wing by I can't remember that, but Tyrone Mings missing the interception. De Jong was able to nick through and put it past Zanko's keeper to get him back in the lead. 2-1. And Zanko is looking very disappointed over on his side.
And Wold is playing a very, very
we've got a
interesting front
penalty.
3.
I think we have a penalty, and Callum, who's had the better of the chances in the replays, has conceded the penalty, and it's McAllister, and he's hit the post. It's gone all the way the other side and hit the post and gone out. It's it's still 0-0.
Another huge chance missed for Jeb. His player hit the post. It came back out to Weghorst, who played it off the defender, who took the sting out of it, which allowed Ivucevic to recover for Gavin Brash. Jeb is looking very, very strong here. I've got to admit this. Is that 2 penalties missed this game week, by the way?
It is. I have to interrupt you here. It's Felipe Johnson. It's 1-0 to build up play. 81st minute. Ooh. That might be a winner here. We might see a winner here.
It is 2-1 to Jeb in the 91st minute. Dominic Calvert-Lewin from an Ed Nielsen cross.
It's funny because in the last game, the chat were calling DCL a fraud.
It can be a fraud all they want if they can score 3 goals from a corner. But this one wasn't from a corner. This one was just a standard cross in, and DCL on the volley launched it at home.
Callum's got injury problems here. He's had to take off. My God, he's had to take off his main creative player in Ward Prowse due to it's an orange injury, so he may be okay for the next one, but that might be a little bit concerning for him.
Yeah, Gavin has paused this now, and he's literally sending everyone and their grandmother forward for him. I can't blame him. It's 2 minutes to go. To be fair, I can't really say that Jeb doesn't deserve this. He's probably edged this game ever so slightly. But what a finish. Volleyed off the underside of the bar.
Cool.
Full-time, what score?
Full-time. It is... 1 second. There we go. Wold losing 1-0 to build-up play.
It's full-time here. 2-1 to Gavin Brash.
And it's full-time here, and it's Callum 0, Mir Mircon nil. Although Mircon will be very disappointed considering the McAllister missed penalty.
It's just confirmation. It's full time. It's Tim 2, Zanko 1, with Tim scoring that absolute last gasp winner after Zanko's last gasp equaliser.
So all games finishing about similar times then.
Yeah.
Build-up play's internet's catching up. Come on, the build-up play.
Yeah, love to see that.
So that league, that's not a live table. Ignore me. That is not a live league table. In fact, no, it is a live league table. Jeb will jump up to second with Tim Lewis in third. I believe that's what I saw there. Apologies for saying that wasn't a live league table. It clearly was, because the arrows were on it. Jeb is smiling. Gavin is not looking happy after that result.
I mean, you can tell Jeb is doing well. He's stroking his beard.
I am extremely jealous of that beard that Jeb has. Extremely jealous. Mine just doesn't grow that.
Aren't we all?
Lewis as well, but Jeb's is just on another planet. I mean, I'm not sure I can deal with that much maintenance, though, to be fair. He obviously spends a lot of time making sure that looks nice before he leaves the house or goes on camera.
Yeah, he's very proud of his beard, and it's well, I mean, that could be the source of his powers, you know. Could be the source of his drafting powers. Like I was going to say Samson Delilah. That's a very old reference. That is literally from the biblical times.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the table. So we've got 4 teams on 6 points. It couldn't really get any closer at the top. Yeah, you got Gavin.
After
Gavin
3 games,
top
Gare
second.
will be absolutely sweating in the chat there, hearing that.
Yeah, so Gavin's top with an 8 goal difference. Jeb second with a 2 goal difference. Tim third with a 1 goal difference, and Wild fourth with a 1 goal difference. Mircon jumps up into 5th with a -6 goal difference, but on 4 points. Zango on -1 with 3 points. Build up play on -3 with 3 points, with Callum bottom with the singular point and a -2 goal difference.
It's tight. Everyone's still in this. Callum needs a result now, though. Callum really needs that result now.
Yes.
Um,
It does, yeah. We have seen people come back from two defeats in a row. So for example, we saw Walden and Louise do that on the road to the qualifiers. So maybe can pull it out of the bag here.
Yeah, I'm just watching Jeb have some tweaks here, and it's interesting tweaks. I'll be honest with you. Just not in terms of actual tactical style, but in terms of positioning where he's putting what players. So it's obviously just interesting to see that he's got players that can play so many different roles, that he's feeling that he can do it.
No, we got some fixtures. So we got Gavin versus Callum, Mircon versus Tim, Wald versus Jeb, and Coach versus Build Up Play.
I will take the Mircon versus Tim game for the stream if you don't mind.
Okay.
Try and give them some camera time.
I want to go with Coach because it's one. He's one that I haven't seen yet.
I can
I'll
Jeb's
take
game if
Alright.
there is.
Perfect, that's fine. I'll take Callum and Gav.
Yep, sounds good.
I'm just trying to work out who I've not shared yet. I'm hoping that I've managed to get down just about everyone in the first 4 games. I know it's not as simple as that, but I'm trying to work out who I've not covered. So this would be Mircon versus Tim. I need to do build-up play at some point. Build-up play is the one that I'm missing, I think, because I only covered him in the 2 sort of late games, so definitely missing him.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
won't
build-up plays,
get you won't be able to look at it from his perspective now though.
No, oh, is he off stream now?
Yeah, he's off stream
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, that's maybe with the internet situation. I can't blame him with that. He's obviously just wanted to get it going. So, and I think I need to cover Walled. So I need build up and Walled. So if they're going to play each other at some point, we have to make sure we cover that game.
I believe they already have them, but we can. You can cover Walter next game. I think I'll see what it is if you when I see the fixtures.
Yeah, no worries. The only other game that I really want to catch is Tim versus build up play, because I think that's quite an anticipated game.
Yeah. Sure.
So that if that's the next line of fixtures, that'll probably get priority, and then Wald will get priority the one straight after. Although I'd like to have seen build-up play versus Tim with them both coming into the game in form. I think that'd have been very interesting.
Yeah, that would have been an interesting tactical battle, but seems like I mean that could happen depending on how far we're in. It's in, because I think that is actually the last match day. From what I just saw of Tim's fixtures just then, so that could be could prove to be an important game in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
Interestingly, I'm watching Coach's game and it's 0-0, but in on the later scores, it had him 1-0 up with Bruno Guimaraes scoring in the first minute. So good to see the later scores things still working for drafts.
Yeah.
Interestingly, I have just seen the third highlight where someone has missed a 2-yard open goal rebound and hit the post. But as that has happened, Mircon has taken the lead against Tim Lewis. It was a corner. It was a Kuna's corner in. It was Sayas. No idea who that is. I'm going to be brutally honest.
Romain Sais.
Saiss.
Romain Sais, yeah, that's the one.
Sais, yeah, he is a centre back, winning the header, and just gets it in the near post beyond Martinez. 1-0, Mircon. Thanks, guys. I am
Goal,
so out of touch.
DCL from inside the just outside the 6-yard box. I think it was this. He headed it down for Mateus Nunes, who was able to run into the box and cross it over to Calvert-Lewin, who's just able to nick it past the defender and cross the keeper into the bottom left-hand corner. 30 minutes, 1-0. Jeb.
Mind they're putting in his chat, DCL was a fraud.
Okay.
Still 1-0 here. We're just approaching halftime. We've only had two highlights that I've commented. RC, Lewis, how's your games going?
Pretty even here. We're having an incredibly long highlight. Oh, and it's a goal. Philippe Jonathan for build-up play. It was a long build-up. The ball was going backwards and forwards. Coach is just making a tactical change now, so I can't see the replay. But Jonathan, there we go. So Brenner got the ball in the box. It's gone all the way back to Liv Morento. Jobson into Defrel, and then Jonathan from the corner of the box has just smashed it past the keeper. So it's 1-0 build-up play.
Yeah, RC, how you getting on, buddy?
It's 22 minutes in. It's still 0-0.
We've just gone past half-time. It's still 1-0 Mircon. Every highlight has been a Mircon attack, so hard to disagree with that scoreline so far. But other than that, it has been quite an even game on terms of stats. That said, we are seeing a Tim Lewis attack, and it's just wide from, I think... let me try and see who that was. I can't because there's another highlight. It's Acuna whips it in. It's caught by Martinez.
Oh, and Brenner was just hit the post for build-up play. The coach just can't get anything running with with his front three. Carroll's been giving the ball away. There's just not a lot of pace up there with Giroud and Carroll up top at the moment. So yeah, he's again tweaking. We're only 32 minutes in, and the fact he's a goal down, and he's just had his post whacked. And coach is trying what he can to try and tinker with the front three.
Apologies for the interruption. 35 minutes in, Callum 1-0. Giovanni Simeone from a corner from Ward Prowse.
Any update from you, Mal? What's the score there?
1-0.
It's just gone half time. Jeb is still 1 up. Wolves had a very good chance just before the half time whistle. Messi ball at top to a striker. I can't remember. I think it was Solanke, and Solanke he tried to chip the keeper, but hit the bar, and it went out. It went out for a goal kick. Could have been a good chance there, but remains Jeb 1-0 at the moment.
We have got a goal here. Tim Lewis is 1-1 now. Pogba's ball in. It's headed back out. Pogba then wins a header against Acuna. De Jong then shoots against the defender. It bounces back to De Jong, who then gets it in the bottom corner. Maybe a bit unlucky there from Mircon. You'll not be happy with that, but it is 1-0. Tim Lewis will be delighted. Luke De Jong.
It is 1-1. 40 minutes in. Bellew to Martial with a bottom left, with a bottom right hand finish. 42 minutes in, 1-1.
Yeah.
Seeing some tactical tweaks here now, which is interesting.
Walder's just got a red card just at the start of the second half. Sorry, Lautaro Martinez is off, which has thrown his defensive plans into disarray. I think he's looking at subbing off Solanke for a centre back. I think. Now he's going for bringing on Kevin McAllister as a right wing back and maybe going strikerless.
Yeah. I'm just going to give a nod to Eloise here. The tactical changes that Mircon has made is Eloise tactic written all over it. She would absolutely love this Christmas tree formation. It's slightly different, but it's still. It just made me think of Eloise when he made the changes.
Disappointing news for everyone. Andy Carroll is off, and Ivan Toney is on for coach as he tries more to build something, but there's just nothing happening. Build up play has got more than double the shots and double the shots on target. And coach just doesn't seem to have any way of building anything.
It's difficult when you have a game like that because sometimes it doesn't matter what you do, you just can't get yourself back into it. And build-up play is obviously extremely good and disciplined at being able to see games out. So I do feel a bit for coach there. This game's getting a bit scrappy now. It's still 1-1, but every game's a bubble sort of here, there, and everywhere. Like that shot there, Fofana managing just to block and no more and then clear. It's one of them. It's going to be full-time in a second. It's full-time. Mircon 1, Tim Lewis 1. I'm going to just quickly switch the stream to a different game, and then I'm going to let you guys commentate because I need to run to the bathroom and stick the heater on because otherwise I am going to freeze. So please bear with me, guys.
There was. It seems like with
it's off the post. Jury has just hit the post for coach. It's still 1-0.
Seems like Walder's doing some bit of damage limitation here. Try and keep Jeb out. It's been pretty much all Jeb in the second half. After that, it's all Jeb in the second half with 11 men against Wolves 10. So,
I mean, it is still 1-1 here. I mean, Gavin, like pretty much every single game, has been dominating the entire time.
Okay. Walder's looking like he's going to go for a bit more. He's brought up one of his centre backs to a AM and bringing on Jesse Lingard as a shadow striker. So he's got some form of like attacking threats now. He's going for a 4-2-3 That's it, just a 4-2-3. And approaching the last 10 minutes here, can he try and claw one back from the death? He's got a free kick. Messi whips it in, headed away by one of Jeb's
and it's a
centre-backs.
goal. Or is it a goal for build-up play?
What was that keeping? Oh, that was...
It is a goal. Jonathan. Oh, no, I've not seen the replay. There was a throw in. The defender missed it and it was passed along the goal, and Bamba just had to tap it in.
Now, Walters had got a goal off, a disallowed goal, and that was probably the worst bit of keeping I've seen in one of the worst bits of keeping in FN23. The keeper came out for the ball, then just outside his box, then just decided to try and run back towards the goal. And fortunately for Wolves, one of the I think it was Calvert-Lewin was offside, but yeah, that could have been very, very dodgy.
And it's 3-0 to build up play, and it's a brilliant ball in from Bamba, and El Nessi scored the third goal for build up play. It's just about full time now. It is all over here, really. So, and it's coach 0, build up play 3.
I can't
It is
believe it.
2-1 to Gavin. It's 2-1 to Gavin. Anthony Martial with the goal. Pure counter attack from Gavin. Just pacing and abusing it for Anthony Martial.
Wolves got an
Late
equaliser.
booking here for
Jesse
coach
Lingard.
is Henderson is now suspended for coach's next game.
Mal, on you go, mate. I'm
Yeah,
here to
Wolves
go
got
there.
Wolves got an equaliser. Jesse Lingard as a shadow striker, running, making one of those shadow striker runs, run through right through Jeb's defence, and Wolves has brought about to 1-1 with. We've got about 30 seconds to go now. Surely he's going to get a draw from snatch a draw from the jaws of defeat here. Please put time weight onto Max. Is this just an end the game highlight? Maybe not.
Callum's going to very weird formation. He's having one centre half, a left back, and a right back, and he's just going full attacking here. Very interesting.
Jeb just had a last minute goal from Vegas ruled out for offside, and it looks like it's going to finish 1 each here, unless. Yeah, that was a. Well, okay, to be fair, he was about 10,000 yards offside, Vegas there, so I can understand that. But yeah, finishes here. Wolves 1, Jeb 1. Good performance by Wolves with 10 men from the pretty much half time.
Yeah. As things stand, Jeb and Gavin are really pushing themselves out to be the people to beat. Obviously, that could change. We're still in games, but both of them on 9 points already. Big chance there from Gavin as well. That's going to be offside, and then surely it is. Who's impressing you so far, then, guys? Obviously.
Good save from the keeper.
Yeah, who's impressing you guys so far?
Honestly, Gavin.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. Yeah, Gavin is.
I have to say that, and how and Jeb in terms of how he's got his set pieces going. I've not really seen too many other people get the set pieces going like Jeb has in this so far.
Yeah, I've not seen the sort of set piece routine. I mean, I'm normally a guy who scores quite a lot of set pieces, as you guys know, and I've not seen anywhere near as many as what Jeb's getting out tonight. He's obviously drafted really well for a set piece routine that he's developed over time, and it is working an absolute treat. And when I saw his team, I didn't think set pieces didn't scream to me. But you can't fault it. You really can't. The Tellez Canati link has been strong.
Tim is considering his possibility of getting the best third place. on the stream at the moment.
6 points would be enough for that. With
Yeah.
4 games to go?
Yeah, it's very achievable for sure.
This is what game? No, this is game week 4. So 3 games
3-1
to go.
to Gavin. 3-1 to Gavin. Di Maria across to Wilson. Yeah, the tactic change for Callum did not help him. One centre half, that it was going to be. If it didn't work for him, he was going to concede goals, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, that's what happens when you push people forward. It's risk versus reward, isn't it? He has confirmed in chat that he is exactly thinking that. Tim, 6 points from the next 3 games, my friend, and you have a chance. The bad news is you play build-up play in game 7, according to Mal. That will not be an easy tie to get 3 points from. 3 games to go, Mircon. 3 games.
I'm just seeing the live league table with that. So Gavin's nicely top on 9 points, but it's getting even closer. The Jeb's second on 7, Tim on 7, Wold on 7. Is that right? Yeah. Build up plays now up to 6. So he's got himself back into it. Mircon on 5, Zanko on 3, and Callum on 1. So there is still so much to play for with 3 games to go.
1, Tim Lewis, I absolutely love that you fear no one. Love the attitude, mate. Callum, no, you're not allowed to rage quit because you're not allowed to go to bed yet. Rage quitting is banned in Road to Legends, my friend. However, I believe you can turn it around and win your next 3 games and get 9 points. You'll leave your dog in charge.
I mean, it's not been tried before. Maybe that could work. Just trying to press the space bar.
Exactly. Smash the space bar.
Yeah.
And howl at the stream every couple of minutes. Jamie FM, who was in our Road to the Qualifiers, very experienced drafter, is in Gavin's stream right now. And he has said, Anthony Martial is the best player in the world. I'm not sure I agree with that statement, but he's certainly firing Gavin to the top right now. I'm going to take whoever will.
I would actually argue Callum Wilson's doing better.
Excuse me. Because I want to make sure that we're covering as many people as possible. So Wald is getting covered next.
Up on someone's stream. Hold on. We have I think it's Build Up Play v Mircon, Jeb v Zanko, Tim v Callum, and Wald v Gavin. So
okay. I want to take Jebaru because I haven't actually seen Jebaru entirely myself.
Okay.
So.
And if I can, I'll take Gav's because I haven't got a Gav game in yet.
You're taking Gav.
Okay.
Right, I'll cancel that then.
Yeah, I can take Build Up Play Mircon. So if you want to show Tim and Callum on the stream.
Yeah.
Tim.
Oh,
Tim is in third at the moment.
Who's sorry, have I just messed up your?
No, all good. We'll get everyone covered, so we'll get Callum covered. I don't know if we've covered Callum, so it works out good. Just no stealing my Wold game next.
Oh no, it's right. You could have taken it. I would have taken the other one. That's fine.
No, it's all good.
I didn't realise it was. I just said Gavin because I hadn't seen him yet. I didn't know he was playing Wold.
Maybe having Callum on the stream might get him that win that he desperately needs anyway, and lift his spirits up a little bit. We believe in you, Callum. Please heat up radiator. I'm absolutely frozen. I feel like a snowman right now. A snowman in Lapland. And apparently the temperature outside is actually warming up, so I've got no idea what is going on.
I'm trying to get to Mircon stream, but I've got ads at the moment.
Yeah, nothing's kicked off yet anyway. They're still selecting their team, so you've got time, my man. It is looking a fairly strong team here from Callum. If he can get that team firing, I genuinely believe he can kick on. Alan as a CM attack's quite an interesting one, if I'm honest. However, I'd maybe be tempted to switch him and Ward-Prowse around in terms of their roles. You know, Alan's really, really good defensively, whereas Ward-Prowse is kind of okay at both sides of the game.
Yeah. Mikon's got an interesting tactic. He's going for a 4-3-3, but with strikers, if that makes sense. So he's got the sort of the V. I mean, so I suppose it's like a, guessing there's some sort of inverted Christmas tree, where it's sort of the top of the tree is like at the ground and goes up to the base of the tree at the top. We've got Lamello as a shadow striker, which is not the quickest guy, so I'm not sure how well he'd do, but doesn't seem like anyone's suspended.
Wald
So
has gone for that strikerless one as well. I mean, they're all attacking. Marlon and William are inside forwards with Lingard as a shadow striker. Interesting to see if it's gonna this strikerless thing is actually gonna be quite as good as it was in FM22.
Yeah, I mean, strikerless has been one of those things that's been a thing for the past couple of years. The way defenders mark this year, I really wouldn't be surprised if it's a meta again this year. We'll find out. It's the first strikerless set we've seen so far tonight, though, or so far this competition, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
I believe from the start at least. I think from the start with 11 men, I think Wald switched to a strikerless formation with even you could even say even like without any shadow strikers for a fair bit in that game before he moved Lingard up to shadow striker.
Yeah,
but that was with 10 men, so different situation, isn't it?
Yeah. Still worth a shot, though. Still worth a shot.
Yeah, of course.
Eddie Nketiah starting here for Callum as well, which is quite an interesting choice over Ousmane Dembele, I think. But maybe I've not seen, obviously, any of his games yet, so maybe Dembele's just not been firing the way that he hoped. I do still think he's drafted fairly well here, though, Callum. I know he was criticising his drafting skills at the start, but I genuinely look at that team and I think he's drafted reasonably well.
Yeah.
With Callum, I had him in the first game and he absolutely dominated Wald in the first game. Really, really should have won with the amount of chance he had, and yet he managed to lose 1-0. So I think for him it's just not being able to get any of that front lot running properly.
Yeah.
I'm
Tim
surprised
Lewis
with
switched away
Callum
from his
that
front three as well. Sorry, on you go, RC.
I'm surprised that Callum has actually kept on Cristiano Ronaldo, considering that he hasn't actually scored any goals for him.
I think he's used him as a bit more. Oh, go Mircon, on you go, mate.
With less than a minute played, pretty much just kick off, outlet straight from kickoff. Bit of a dodgy defensive tackle by the build-up plays left back, and it's threaded through. Bellingham threaded through to Fernandes outside the box, who hits a decent effort into the left-hand side of the net. 1-0 Macon.
I was about to ask you if Tim had switched away from the front three, but I can see here he very much still has the front three. I think he's using Cristiano Ronaldo as a target striker just now, which would suggest to me that he is being used more to create the chances and bring people into play around him rather than be the guy that's finishing himself, which is a fairly useful way to use Ronaldo in the current game cycle. If you're using a front three, I really value that. I've used Ronaldo, I've used Onuachu, I've used people like that in front threes before. Lorenzo Luca was a really good example last year where you have that sort of hoof ball up and it's their header that then goes to the other two strikers going through. The interesting thing is that he's got one of the guys as a false 9 alongside that. I'd have them, the other two as a advanced forward just to make sure that they're getting those runs in behind Cristiano Ronaldo.
It is a goal. It is a goal for Wald. And it is terrible, terrible, terrible goalkeeping. The ball was played down into Willian. He's cut in. He's taken on one. And he's hit a terrible shot, really. It should have gone straight to goalkeeper, but it seems to just go through him. It's 1-0 Wald.
Goal build-up play.
It is 1-0 Zanko, actually from a corner against Jebaru. That's interesting. Olivier Giroud.
Ball further through to Bruno on this end.
That's very interesting.
Quarter of an hour gone.
We've got to halftime here. No. One big chance in the game. It was a Ronaldo ball to Nketiah, who played it back to Ward-Prowse, who was running in on goal and managed to put it wide. It was easier to hit the target than miss it. Very, very poor from James Ward-Prowse in that instance.
I'm starting to see why Wald is actually not really conceding that many goals, because possession for him in this game, and I saw it against Callum as well, actually. I thought it was just a bit of a one-off, maybe with the tactical changes, but Wald is currently sitting on 64% possession.
And with a keeper's quality of Alisson.
It is 2-0 Wald. The ball was whacked long by the goalkeeper. Oh, we're just going to get a... No, it is a goal awarded. Ball was whacked long by Alisson. Lingard missed the header. And, oh, come on. The game has just been paused by Gavin. So Lingard missed the header. The ball was dropped back into the midfield, where Willian flicks the ball through to Malin, and he just slots it home, and it's 2-0 Wald.
We've had a VAR goal disallowed here for Callum. A missed open goal. I'm not sure who it was from. That is not offside, game. That is not offside. Oh my days. Callum can be absolutely loud with that, because that was on. I don't care what you say. That was on. On to yourself, Mal.
2-1 build-up play. An effort from Mbappe was parried into the path of Firmino, and he just was able to tap into a relatively empty net to put build-up play 2-1 up.
It's 2-0 Zanko, also from a corner again. Ivan Toney. I mean, Jebaru can score corners, but he can't defend them.
I have a live league table right now. No, on you go.
No, that's fine.
All right, no worries. Live league table just now. As results stand, Wald is top of the group with 10 points. Jebaru dropping to 4th with Tim Lewis in 3rd and Gavin Brash in 2nd. That is obviously as things stand. Things can still change. But that is a real turn up for the books.
And Phillips has just hit the post for Wald. And Messi plays the ball in from a free kick. And then, Phillips has whacked a volley onto the post.
Half time here, it's still 2-1 build-up play. Mirkon's gone to pretty much the exact opposite of the formation he was using, where he's gone for a very narrow. So he's gone very narrow. He's sort of gone to a 4-3-1-2 with a narrow 4-3-1-2 with 3 centre mids. Looks like he's using Bellingham as the main sort of creative force there. It's McAllister's main creative force there. Bellingham's a box-to-box. And he's shifted Rashford.
It's a goal for Wald. And Lionel Messi has just scored. He made a lovely run, Messi, down the left-hand side. Played the ball into Malin, who run to the byline, cut it back for Messi, who slots it into the corner, and it's Wald 3, Gavin 0.
Oh, that was very dodgy by Bellingham there, but he was able to win it back. Bill plays in the attack again. Okay, it's offside, but one of those heights where it goes to post, but it's offside.
Interesting tactical changes here from Callum. I'm going to be honest with you. He's going. I don't want to say too much until he presses continue here, but it's a tactical change that I find rather interesting. If I'm honest, 4 subs, but he's sending his midfield free into a sort of snake in DM, midfield, and attack in midfield. Be interesting to see how this works. So 4 at the back, 1 DM, 1 CM, 1 attack in mid, and 3 strikers up top. Very, very narrow. No asymmetric to it, which is the way that if I was doing that, I would have done that one. But that said, he's been on top in this game. So we'll see how it goes.
And it's a goal for Wold. Willian has just scored for Wold. And the VAR check come in. So Dan, oh, hang on. What's going on? We're just waiting on the replay as everybody starts making some changes. But it's very interesting this because obviously Gavin's been very dominant against some teams in terms of having chances, but I haven't really seen any highlights at all from Gavin, and Walder's absolutely smashing it 4-0.
It's still 2-1 here. Maycon seems to be trying to match build-up plays formation with the lopsided winger role, but doesn't seem to be making much progress so far. And what's happened here? I think Maycon's just been kicked out of the draft. That's interesting. I'm not sure how that's happened, but I think he's just been
It's
kicked out of the draft mind.
it's 3-1. It's 2-1. Sorry, not 3-1. 2-1. Jever actually scoring. Callum Wilson from a header from a cross to Weghorst with a header. 47 minutes in 2-1.
Gerb saying there that it's not looking good for his best third place. I agree, Gerb. It's really not looking good. I didn't think this group would fire up so many points, to be honest with you. I thought it'd be very, very tight.
And the game is finished here, and it has finished. Wold 4, Gavin 0. Her highlight side very, very one-sided.
Yeah. If Tim gets a goal here, since Callum made those tactical changes, it's been a bit more Tim. I don't know if he made changes at the same time. As Luke De Jong does make it 1-0 for Tim, Gerb will be sweating even more now. I feel a bit for Callum here because he has been the better side for large periods of this game. And I don't know if it's that tactical change or if Tim made tactical changes at the same time. To be fair, that is horrendous goalkeeping. Luke De Jong has went for a header against the goalkeeper, and the goalkeeper doesn't even try. If the goalkeeper tries, he's still the favourite, even against someone like Luke De Jong. Love it, Gerb. Love it, mate.
Seems like Macon's be able to join back in. So, but it's 3-2 to build up play. Completely missed all the goals because Macon had to rejoin, but build up play.
Chances are Mircon will not be able to see out this game. It will be his AI finishing this.
Yeah, it'll be his AI manager. Yeah, but to be fair,
I'm glad
it's not gotten worse for him. So that's something. Looks like build up play is going to see out the win 3-2.
It sounds like he's more in the game with the AI managing and
yeah, but I think it was a bit unlucky on Macon.
Oh my God, I've just seen a live league table. It is crazy at the top. Wald on 10. I don't believe it's updated Tim Lewis there, actually, because Tim Lewis should go up to 11, actually. No, he goes up to 10. Wald on 10. Tim Lewis on 10. Gavin Brash on 9. Build-up play on 9. Jeb on 7. Zanko on 6. Mircon on 5. Callum on 1, unfortunately. But this is anyone's game still. But 4 people separated by a point. Jerb, I see why you're sweating, my friend. I see why you're sweating. The good news is, I think a lot of them have to still play each other. Certainly, Tim still has to play build-up play. I think he still has to play Gavin as well. I think Tim's got to play both Gavin and build-up play, actually, doesn't he?
Yep.
That's not an easy finish for Tim Lewis.
I believe so, yeah.
It's full time. It ends 2-1 to Zanko. It's 2-1 to Zanko. Jebaru is not going to be happy with conceding those corners.
Big changes again from Y Callum as he tries to get himself back into this game. A bit more width this time, which I think is a good decision. And a bit asymmetric as well. Not that one at the back you mentioned the last time, RC, but still thrown bodies and caution to the wind, which he has to do.
Yeah.
It is nice to see Callum still smiling under the circumstances. You know, he's smiling, he's laughing.
Yes.
It's good to see. I've been in this situation where he's been before, where just nothing's going right, and no matter what you do, everything just seems to go against you. And I know how disheartening it is, and I know how much you just, like, as he said, you want to rage quit, and you just want to get the monkey
Go
away
to bed.
from the computer and go to bed and sleep it off. But it's really good to see you still smiling, Callum. Keep the head up, my friend.
Yeah, that doesn't
As
need to be Callum.
Klaus just goes and makes things bad to worse for him and gets sent off.
Oh,
I think that was a few swear words coming out of his mouth at that time.
Co-
And I really don't blame him.
cover your ears, children. Cover your ears.
Yeah. In fairness, it's not going to make anything worse in this game. It wasn't a 94th minute of 4 minutes of injury time. So it's going to give him maybe an extra 30 seconds to defend. But yeah, he's not even getting a free kick taken. So it gets that game over and done with. So full time, Tim Lewis 1, Y Callum 0. Unlucky Callum. I think you probably were the better team for about 60 minutes of that. And I maybe think the tinkering maybe hurt you a bit there. But, you know, you made a decision to try and force the issue, and I can't blame you for that. How's everyone else's games going?
Mine finished 3-2 to build up play. I wasn't able to catch the most of the second half because of the issue of Maycon, but seems like build up play. I'd say just about deserved it based off the stats, but it was definitely unlucky for Maycon, especially if he wanted to rely on his AI assistant manager. For sure.
Oh, we got some. Oh, don't go back. Go back.
Yeah, confirmation of the
Fixes
table.
up then.
Wald on 10 points, 5 goal difference. Gavin, 10 points. I think that was 2 goal difference. I missed the rest because I didn't get quite enough time to read it. I'm just not getting my words out today, guys. I'm sorry. Yous are making me look extremely unprofessional, and that's a compliment to you guys. But yeah, it's
You've been a
very,
great
very
host,
tight.
Dom.
Sorry?
You've been a great
Yeah,
host,
so
Dom.
table, yeah, Wald top, 5 goal difference, 10 points. Tim second, 2 goal difference, 10 points. Gavin third, 6 goal difference, 9 points. Build up play, 1 goal difference, 9 points. Jeb is fifth, 1 goal difference and 7 points. Coach is sixth, minus 3 goal difference and 6 points. Mircon seventh, minus 7 goal difference and 5 points, with Callum bottom, minus 5 goal difference and 1 point.
I'm just hoping we get the next round of fixture soon because I'm excited to see who's playing who, to be honest with you. It's going to be a tight one.
Yeah, you're covering Wald, aren't you?
Yes, Gerb got 12 points and 6 goal difference, so it will be very, very close. We believe.
Well, Coach has Wald next. I know that because I'm looking at Coach's stream, but I've not seen the rest of the fixtures just yet.
Right. I mean, I've got that game. I believe Tim, if I am right in thinking, still has both Gavin and build-up play to play. So that's a really tough run-in for all sort of the three of those 4 at the top.
Mir Connor's got Jeb.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And again,
Tim has
I'm
got
just trying to
Gavin.
find another stream that's got some fixtures.
Okay.
Callum's got build-up play.
So we've got Gavin versus Tim, Maycon v Jeb, Callum v Build Up Play, and Zanko v Wald.
So
Okay.
I am right in thinking, because Tim definitely hasn't played Build Up Play, because that's a game
Yeah.
I'm taking next. So I said straight away, as soon as we knew that fixture was a thing, that was put on that on stream.
Yeah.
And what a game to have on stream right at the end as well, by the way. If they both win this game, that is going to be huge, not just for each other, but for Gerb the King as well. Because that could be the difference between him getting in and not getting in to that final. And I believe he was really unlucky because it was goal difference that knocks him out of being in the top 2 last time, wasn't it? In the qualifier.
I think it was, yes. Yeah,
so he can
was,
count himself extremely unlucky, I think, if he doesn't make it.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you'd think with a 6 goal difference, you'd be fairly comfortable.
I'll take Tim, if that's okay.
Yep.
Cool.
I can take Callum Build Up Play.
Okay.
I think, did you want Zanko and Wald on stream this time, Dom?
Yes, I do. So I've already got that just about ready to
Okay,
go.
so
I
you've
just like
got...
to have both of them up just in case we get an ad, so I can just share stream.
Yeah.
I believe now that I have streamed every single person in this draft. I have just pressed the wrong button and I full streamed the streaming platform and not Wald because I'm an utter tit.
I think I have Callum, right? Then?
I think you've got Gavin and Tim, I think.
No, that's. Have I got Gavin and Tim?
No, I've got Gavin and Tim.
Okay, yeah.
Then you got Maycon and Jeb, I think. Yeah.
I tell you what, if Wald makes this through this qualifier as well, he will be sticking a name for himself into that final. To come through 2 qualifiers is hard.
Yeah.
Particularly when we're so limited on the spaces to go through. I've been very, very...
And how we even started that first qualifier as well.
Yeah, I have to be honest. Wald is someone who I have been extremely, extremely impressed with this Road to Legends. I believe he had the breakout tournament, but other than that, it was his debut tournament. It's such a strong way to start your competitive drafting career, or your ranked drafting career, as we call it in the FM community. And if he continues this form, I wouldn't be surprised that if he got into an FMTM, he went and done similar results. He went into a playoffs and had similar results.
Yeah.
Yeah, I reckon he's definitely got some potential because he's definitely knows what he's doing tactically as well.
And he's just gone 1-0 up, Willian, on the end of a 2-ram ball and slotting into the near post from the edge of the area. The goalkeeper maybe should do better here, but it is hit quite hard. 1-0 Wald after just 3.5 minutes.
That's exactly what he did in the last game as well. We got the early goal against Gavin, and then Gavin was the one that's having to tinker so much to try and get back into it, and Wald just took advantage.
Play. A shot by Mbappe, cannons off the post into the path of Bamba. 8 minutes in, 1-0 build-up play.
Yeah. From watching Gavin, if he starts fast, seems to be really good. He seems to be really good at sort of that controlling the game from a lead. It seems to be when he's having to chase it that's maybe not quite coming together for him. That's not a bad thing. Everyone's got their strengths and stuff. But it's interesting to see the different tactical styles. The one thing that's really impressed me is this Lionel Messi out of midfield. You guys have mentioned him a few times when you've watched Wald. I'm now having the pleasure of watching it. And it just seems to work, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And it's a goal for Tim. And the goalkeeper has had an absolute nightmare. The ball's come through. The goalkeeper's come out. A Jorky has just gone past the goalkeeper and tapped it into an empty net.
Yeah.
It's a goal for Maycon. 1-0. Acuna into, who is that? Budmir, who slid it into the bottom left-hand corner. 1-0 Maycon 25 minutes in.
build-up play's goal was essentially goal kick, then 3 passes up to El Nesri, and he was able to just slot it under the keeper. 2-0. Got about 20 minutes played now, and seems like Gavin's could be on for another loss unless Alan goes close, but he flies it. But the shot flies well over the bar.
Yeah, we're still 1-0 here to Wolves. It has still been, as Messi's just played a brilliant ball through to Malan. Oh, good save from Bilal to keep Zanko in this.
Oh, what a save by Martinez. Ziyech just had a free kick on the edge of the box. It was going in the top corner, and Martinez pulled out a brilliant stop.
That is a penalty for Jebaru. Hertha been tackled into the box. And yeah, the referee has given that.
I've got some bad news for you, Gerb. If results stay the way they are, you need Tim Lewis to beat build-up play in the last game and Gavin Brash to lose the last game.
Also, it's 1-1. Alex Telles from a penalty, 33 minutes in.
That is as things stand.
Yeah. As things stand, Wolves still top 10 seconds as well.
I think Gavin has just been kicked out.
He has just gone white. Walls just flagged that up as well. He has just gone white.
Goal Callum. It's that man, Cristiano Ronaldo, with a header from a corner. Another header from a corner, and it's Ronaldo scoring it, which was a bit more unusual. You just leaping like a salmon above people just to knock it past the keeper. 2-1 build-up play. Callum could be finally way back into this.
We will not play the last game until Gavin is back in. Obviously, it's unfortunate that he's going to have to use AI for this one. We've also had a number of technical problems tonight, guys. We're really sorry for that.
Eddie and Ketia getting Callum's equalising goal.
AJ, how you doing, buddy? Welcome in, mate. Welcome in.
It's a ball across the box. Ward-Prowse knocks it down. Ronaldo, and then Elton Ketia on the right hand side of the box, who puts it across goal into the bottom left-hand corner. And Gavin's now all square. No, Callum's all square, sorry. Where did Gavin come from? I suppose I'm not really used to seeing Callum score more than a goal.
Well, this could be really, really interesting for Gerb then. That is a huge goal for him because now all he needs is Tim Lewis to get a draw against build-up play to go through. Gerb, your odds just got a little bit better, my friend. Bullions, who is winning just now? It is our road to the qualifier. Wald, who is currently winning ahead of Tim Lewis, both who exceed the 12 points tally from Group A. We have a build-up play currently on 10 points as things stand, and Gavin Brash, who got kicked, unfortunately, from this game, on 9 points. So all four of them still have a chance to go through. Gerb is absolutely sweating, doing all the maths at home. He's got the calculators out. He's writing down and crunching all the numbers as the goals go in. But right now, he needs Gavin to lose the last game and for build-up play to not get a win against, as Jesse Lingard has scored for Wolves. It is 2-0. The last game is Tim versus build-up, correct. It will be the stream game as well, because I promised we'd have that on stream, because I thought that was an absolutely stinker of a match to begin with. Never mind with all these points and positions on play. So I flagged right at the start of the stream that it'd be played. It is the last game. It is absolutely mental. Gerard's off to give Tim some stress. Maybe give him a few subs and say, get a point off him. Bribe him. Get a point. Get a point. I'll buy you a pint and I'll buy you a sub. And 1,000 bits. Something like that, mate. Throw everything at him. We also have AJNRK in chat. I never know how to say AJ's name properly. I don't know if that's correct. Mal, you'll be able to correct me on that one.
Yeah. AJNRK. That's his theme song.
I had the absolute pleasure of coming across his scouting report for one of the playoffs that he did. And I had no idea how he came up with the idea to go and get that much detail on his opponents. But it was genius, and it was one of the best things I have seen in the draft scene. It really was, AJ. So I don't know how I came across it. I think it was shared in someone's chat, and I had a little nosy. But it was absolutely amazing, man. Straight Edge, how you doing, buddy? Who is winning is Wald. Our road to the qualifier winner, or runner-up rather, is currently winning ahead of Tim Lewis, followed by build-up play, and then Gavin Brash, who has won 3 games, mate. So you need to watch out for those ranking points. I know that's what you're really looking for. Jeb is on 8 points behind him.
Oh.
It is very, very open.
Got a goal for Callum here. That was some horrendous goalkeeper distribution there. It just kicked it straight to Ronaldo, who was able to just lob it over build-up plays keeper. 3-2 Callum. About an hour played.
It's 1-1. The AI has just scored for Gavin, and it is Callum Wilson with the ball. This lovely play in midfield, played out to Max Aarons, who passed inside to Di Maria, slotted it through to Wilson, who slots it into a corner. It is Gavin 1, Tim 1.
Right. Who has got Gavin's game? Was that you, RC?
I haven't got Gavin. No, I've got
Gavin's game.
Gavin, Eloise is asking if you could jump into Gavin's chat, please, mate. Obviously, not sure what's going on, but we have finished here. Wall 2, nil, Coach Zanko. I don't know if I can turn sound on, which is why I'm asking someone else to do it. If you need to, you obviously have our private chat. I will switch to that if you need to communicate with me.
Still 3-2 here. Looks like we've.
What game's that? Just so I can get on
This
screen.
Is the Callum and build-up play.
Callum and build-up play. Right, perfect.
Build-up play since the goal's been trying his best to just chuck some more men forward, but is it gonna pay off?
That's a red.
Callum Wilson nearly scores.
Oh, that is a red for Mircon. It was a horrible push at the edge of the box. And
there's a penalty to Gavin.
Close by build-up play there. It was Mbappe squared it to Brenner, who really should have scored from that position, but the keeper was able to parry it out for a corner. Build-up play still on the attack though, and Ward-Prowse a good challenge in the box.
And it's a goal, Di Maria.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good night, Straight Edge. Unfortunately, we've had some FM and internet-related technical issues.
Apologies. It is a last-minute, 93rd minute winner from Jebaru. What a volley. Oh, my God. I think that might have changed stuff. The red card for Mircon might have cost him, and Kunku with a cross, and Matthias Pereira with a left-footed volley. Top right-hand corner.
Callum
that is going to mix things up, because that means that 5 people can still qualify.
Go into the final day.
Going into the final day.
Close.
If this live league table is correct. And build-up play has gone from being basically the top dog almost in this sort of hunt to one of the dogs. He needs to beat Tim Lewis. Simple as that. Why Callum pulling off the upset?
Go on, Nketiah. Oh,
it shows you.
Good save.
Why
honestly, it looks like White Callum might get a 4th goal. Corner. Taking his time around the corner. Ward-Prowse whips it in. Ronaldo heads over. 3 minutes to go. Callum looks like he could be. No, he's going to make some change, but he put his hands off the mouse. And 1 minute to go. Is there going to be a final highlight? No. Callum secures his first win against build-up play, 3-2, after being 2-0 down. What a performance by Callum there.
I feel so
And
happy
look
for
at the
Callum.
celebration.
Yeah,
All
look at
that
the scenes.
relief just coming out. Callum, what a hero, mate. What a hero. This is what Road to Legends is about, is reactions like that. He's had a difficult draft tonight, and he gets his win.
Oh, and Tim should have been
Yeah.
level, and that's a horrible
Dancing away.
miss. Since the AI has taken over Gavin's team, they've been on top for the majority of this game.
Whew. Right, I am going to switch this stream straight away to Tim Lewis. That Tim Lewis build-up play game is looking very, very tasty right now. It looked tasty to begin with.
Yeah.
It looks even tastier right now. We've still got a game going on as well. So 2 for the price of 1, guys. And while that's going, I am going to take a quick bathroom break, guys. I won't be long.
Tim just trying to get back into it. It's a long ball in, and it's offside. As I say, since Gavin's AI has taken over, they've pulled themselves back into it and taken the lead. And it's been, apart from a very, very good very, very good opportunity that Tim should have scored, it has been mostly Gavin highlights. So and that's over the bar.
It's something we see quite often. Tactics that work against humans in PvP don't often work against the AI. It's a very different ball game with the amount of changes that occur, because the AI just doesn't respond as well as a human would to other people's changes. So these sorts of thoughts are surprisingly common. I will say that. I mean, we saw both this AI get through Group A, so it's certainly working out in Gavin's favour here.
Yeah. Bullions, obviously our co-host, has said in the chat, big win for Callum. I completely agree, mate. Huge win for Callum, but not only that, that is a huge win for Gerb. It really is, because that really opens things up. Although that said, Gavin beating Tim Lewis might hurt Gerb, actually. I'm not sure what the best result for him here was. Was that a Tim win, maybe?
Probably a draw for this one, to be fair.
No, because that would put
No.
that'd have put Gavin on to 10 points, which would have still gave him the shot. A draw would have probably been the worst case scenario for him, to be honest.
Depay, and that's in. No, he's offside.
Ooh, he's offside.
Yeah, Gerb's just commented in the chat. Tim win was the best result for him. So that is the 4th one of the night for Gavin Brash. Straight Edge will be sweating those ranking points. Gavin is sweating those qualification scores right now. It's all to play for. It really is.
Yeah.
Who do you think goes through then, guys? Obviously, we've got 4 people that can qualify right now. 4 or 5 people, rather, can qualify. Who do you think goes through?
It's a tough one. I think
World tops it. I think World tops it. I think that's probably a very good conclusion.
I think he only needs a point now to guarantee that, I think.
Yeah, I reckon the winner of build-up play and Tim will likely be the one to get through. But it's a difficult call, I think.
We're just putting on an update table.
So Wald is on top with 13 points. Gavin is second with 12. Jeb and Tim are both on 10 points. Jeb in third at the moment with a 2-goal difference to Tim's 1. 9 points for build-up play with a 0-goal difference. Coach on 6. Mirkon on 5. And Callum on 4.
What's build-up's goal difference, sorry, Paul?
0.
Right. So Jeb not to win and build up to win is what Gerb is shouting for right now. It's tight. It really is tight. I don't know which way this is going.
Unless
I think-
there's a massive swing, I think Walder's qualified, doesn't he?
Wald should be guaranteed through, I think. Yes. I'm not sure. I didn't see that full league table, but it looked to me
13
like
points anyway. Even if he finished third with a massive swing, 13 points would put him third on.
13 points would give him best third place because he'd beat Gerb by a point.
Yeah. So Wald is essentially through at least. So it's just in what order does everybody go in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Tim is definitely considering the best third place now as well because he is communicating with his chat regards to that.
Yeah.
What is his goal difference?
It's all gone now.
Yeah.
I think he was third on fourth on 1 goal, and Jeb was on 2, or was it something like that? It was pretty close.
Tim Lewis is on 4 with the 1. Tim Lewis
Right,
is 4th
so
with the 1 goal difference.
A
And
draw
yeah.
is good for Gerb as well then. In terms of this game.
I believe so, yeah.
A draw and build up versus Tim plus Jeb's defeat in his game and Gerb is
Jeb's got Callum.
Gerb's got Callum.
Jeb's got Callum. Build up play Tim Wald versus Mircon. And then
Gavin
whatever
versus
the other one
Gold.
is.
I'll take Gavin v Zanko as it's the network game derby, so I will go and cover that.
Oh, I will probably then take Jebaru and Callum.
Eloise is on it. So Jeb is third with 1 more goal difference. Both have 10 points. So a draw is not good enough for either of them. That is a good news for Gerb the King. Obviously, a build-up play win is still up in the air because it would depend on how much that win is by now, I think. But I think he's now up against it. That poor start really coming back to haunt build-up play. It's been quite interesting because Wald appeared out kind of nowhere at the start of the last game, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then Gerb's rooting for the draws. Gerb, if these games draw for the final, I want you to have a T-shirt that says "Moan the draw" or "Come on the draw," whatever your slang is for that.
A 0-0 is what he's after.
Yeah, he's literally said that. I don't want any goals. And Eloise keeping up with all the scores and results. Eloise, thanks very much for making sure we are correct on this end. You absolute legend. We really do appreciate the support and help from the chat. Because my brain is somewhere 2 weeks ago. I don't know where I lost it, but I lost it somewhere along the lines. And these guys have done a fantastic job of making sure that I'm as close to perfect as I can be under those circumstances. So credit to you guys on the comms with me tonight and everyone behind the scenes for Road to Legends as well. Build up play is on 9 points, 1 goal difference, I think you said, Louis, yeah?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
It's definitely 9 points.
Yeah. He's just behind on 9 points.
So build up needs to win by a substantial margin here to get through, because I think, am I right in thinking that would have Gavin on 12 currently, Wald on 13, 10, 10, 9, yeah?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, so build up play needs goals. Build up play needs goals. Or he needs enough goals and Gavin to lose considerably to come through.
So, what game were we supposed to be looking at? in the most professional manner, that is.
I've got build up Tim.
I've got Gavin Zanko.
I've got Jebaru Callum.
So I think it's
I've got
Wald
Wald
and Mirkon, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Getting
build up
interested.
plate is on 0 goal difference. According to this.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, that'll be right. It was close. It's the points thing is for him at the moment though, isn't it? So he still needs, regardless, he still needs goals. Oof,
Yeah,
and,
because he has to either overcome the 6 goal difference to Gerb or overcome the 7 goal difference currently to Gavin and Gavin lose. So he needs to like win 3-0 if Gavin loses 4-0 kind of thing. So build up play is right up against it. But at the same time, Tim Lewis is right up against it as well. So both these guys have to push. This game should have goals in it. If this game finishes 0-0, I will actually be disappointed because it should provide goals.
Oh. Goal Zanko? It's going to VAR. It's onside. That was some interesting keeping by. Who was that? That was Gavin's keeper, where he essentially parried the ball and he rushed out a bit too early, tried to parry the ball, but was only able to get it into his own net. It's 1-0 Zanko, about 20 minutes gone.
Build up started probably the better side here. A couple of big chances, but they've all been sort of set pieces, so not really sure how the actual game's going. Tim's already looking at making changes, so interesting to see what happens here.
It was 2-0 Zanko. That was a much better goal in terms of like the actual attacking play. Charlie was making a good run into the box, and just whacking it past Gavin's keeper into the top left hand corner. It's a bit of a turn for the Bucksy.
And
Didn't
it's a
Gavin predict that he
penalty
would
for
lose as
Mir.
well?
He did, yeah, on the shitter.
Mirkon has got a penalty. It's going to VAR. He has got a penalty. The run into the box, he was taken out. It didn't look much in it. But Mirkon is going with McAllister, and it's a goal. It's in the bottom corner. It's Wald 0. Mirkon 1.
Oh, it's off the post and back of Martinez and out. Huge stroke of luck there for Tim Lewis.
Gavin is not very happy with his midfield at the moment. Just absolutely raging at them. But to be fair, they have been pretty dreadful.
It's 1-0 Jebaru. Dominic Calvert-Lewin, the fraud himself, has scored.
And he's offside, but he's not happy with that at all. Giroud is just able to just be as free as a bird in the box. Just knock it past the keeper, but it was offside, fortunately for Gavin. He is not having a good time. He's walked off the screen.
It was nearly 2-0 for Jebaru. Hit the post twice.
We're into the second half of this Wald Mirkon game, and there's not been a great deal happened since the goal. The ball's played forward here. And that's a red card. It's a red card for Malin. No, it's not. It's a red card for Acuna, sorry, for Mirkon. So he's a goal up, but he is down to 10 men. So can Wald get himself back into this game?
We've had lots of chances this end. Most of them fall into build-up play. But it's still 0-0 with 33 minutes played.
Gavin went close there with a header from inside the box. He's pushing his wingers up, just wanting to go into a more traditional 4-2-4 at the moment. He's got a free kick, Trippier. Headed in by Carlos, but Zanko's defense is able to clear it. Back to Trippier. and whose first touch was absolutely terrible. And looks like Zanko's going to do a counter. It's a great one down the wing.
Jebaru has switched to a 4-2-4. Very interesting. Trying to go on a bit direct here.
Spinning to end stuff this. And Gavin's good save by Zanko there. Gavin is not very happy. He is not very happy.
And it's a goal for Wold. It's a Lionel Messi corner and Saleh at the far post. It's 1-1.
It's 2-0 to Jebaru, but it is being checked. It's through Veghorst, but it's being checked and it's disallowed. It's still 1-0 to Jebaru.
That's not the first time that he's been called offside, Weghorst. He's had a couple where he's been an absolute mile offside when he's put the ball in the back of the net.
It actually wasn't. It actually was a Weghorst who was offside. It was in Kunku.
Tim is literally egging his players on any way he can. He's really trying to push for this goal. He's made a few tweaks. He's literally pointing to where he wants Memphis Depay to hit this free kick. The keeper saved it exactly where his cursor was, by the way.
Here we go.
Oh, what a save.
It's now 2-0 Jebaru. Matthias Nunes with a brilliant shot, edge of the box, the bottom right-hand corner.
The last set of tactical changes really seems to have worked here for Tim Lewis. He's getting a bit more into the game. It's still 0-0, which amazes me. Oh, another big save from Martinez. This is edge of your seat stuff here. Both teams are going for it. It's 0-0, but it's the most edge of your seat 0-0 I have ever seen in my life. I said I'd be disappointed with 0-0. I am not disappointed. They're going for it, guys. They're going for it. Don't smash your screen, Gerb. You might need it next week. Well, I've got no idea what the results are elsewhere, guys. I'm so focused on the edge of my seat at this game, trying to work out what I would do with these if I was these two guys. It is unbelievable how tight this game is.
I mean, it seems at the moment like Zanko's team has done what every single disappointing team in the draft does and turn up for the last game, because he is absolutely dominating Gavin at the moment.
Mirkan just had a goal, a shot, a corner. The header come in and it was cleared off the line. And we are now full time, and it is Wald 1, Mirkan 1.
Oh. Goal, Gavin. Nabil Fekir, after a fair bit of build-up play with one effort being saved, Fekir was able to nick him between two defenders and shoot it from the edge of the 6-yard box past the keeper. 2-1 Zanko with about 30 minutes left to play.
What's the Jeb score?
It's now just 3-0 Jebaru. Matthias Nunes passing to Matthias Pereira, who ran into the box and tucked it perfectly into the bottom right-hand corner.
We've got a goal here. It's a goal here. It is a goal for build-up play. Bamba lobbing Tim Lewis's goalkeeper. Tim has been throwing bodies forward, trying to get the goals that he needs. Really can't blame him. But counter-attack from build-up. Goalkeeper's caught in no man land, and Bamba lofts it over him.
Yeah, Tim Lewis does have a habit of whenever he is actually chucking people forward, he leaves no centre halves.
He's still got a fairly normal formation. He's just throwing everyone forward. I think he's very conscious that both teams have to go for that.
Yeah,
so he can't just send everyone.
And it is full time. Jebaru 3, Callum 0.
So Jebaru looks like he is through as things stand. Gerb, according to my latest live league table, is through by 1 goal difference.
Yeah,
I'm seeing that correctly.
Yeah, so live league table, it was
Gavin is a goal behind. Gavin is a
Yeah.
goal behind on my live league table. With build-up play needing another 5 goals to equal. So it's not looking overly likely in terms of build-up anyway. But Eloise has just told us Tim is going to send everyone up soon. You can't blame him. He needs goals. He needs, chances. Although this is a big chance for build-up. It's off the post from Bamba. And right now, Tim just can't get out. He just cannot get out. And every time he does, there's just some little bit against him.
Last minute. Gavin's got a last-minute equaliser. 2 each corner. It's absolute.
So Gavin
Scramble
would be
the box
through by a
spot.
point just now.
Yeah, I believe Gavin will be through
Which
by a
would make
point.
this game. That would make this game irrelevant anyway, regardless of score.
Yeah. Just
But
poked
it's
in there.
2-0. Yeah.
And
Yeah, 2-0, wedge now. No, wait, because Tim could come back. If Tim could come back and negate the goal difference to Jeb, this game's still relevant, isn't it?
full time to each year. I think Gavin's just about managed to qualify there.
Right, so let us have a look at what Tim's goal difference is here, because this is now the key point. If Tim can bring this back, can his goal difference outset? Tim needs 4 goals to then have a playoff, I would imagine, against Jeb.
Yes.
No, it would knock Gavin out.
Yeah,
it would knock Gavin out. So he just needs to get 3 goals to knock Gavin out. No pressure, Tim. Probably time to send the cavalry forward, my friend.
Yeah.
Then 3 goals. Not been a huge amount of chances for you. Build-up's been very strong in this game, I have to admit. But Barry Shields, he's setting the centre-backs up as well. Why, Callum, thanks for the raid, buddy. Thank you for the raid. I hope you enjoyed tonight. I know the results didn't necessarily go your way. We hope to see you again. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on. I liked watching your prep before we started tonight. It was really, really nice to see how people prep out with myself and seeing your chat and stuff getting involved. What an absolute legend, mate. We will hopefully see you again soon, and I hope you enjoyed it. Don't be sorry. We all have bad nights in draft. I don't care how good you are at drafting. I don't care if you're the number one ranked player or someone who's never drafted in your life. We all have poor nights in the draft scene. Head up, my friend. I've been there. We all felt crestfallen when that happened. So keep the head up. Sleep it off. Don't digest it too much and just, try and focus on the positives. You beat some very, very good drafters today. If I'm right in thinking, you beat Build Up Play, which has opened this draft right up, and it's gave Gerb a chance, I think. Has it? I'm confused in terms of the points. It's very, very tight in terms of best third place, thanks to you getting that result. So Gerb probably owes you a pint. In fact, right now, according to my live league table, Gerb is a playoff with.
Does it?
Gavin.
Does it go to goals scored? Does it go to playoff? Because
I think that's something we probably need to discuss with.
Because the Gavin goal ones are registered on your live league table, so I think Gavin's through.
Right. Gavin's goal's not registered on my live league table. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
Because it was late on.
Right, with you. So is he on 13 points in other streams?
He's on 13 points. Yeah, Jeb is in third at the moment. On 13 as well.
Right. Gerb, then I'm sorry, mate. We kept you going right to the end. Brutally unlucky last week to finish. I think you were third on goal difference, if I'm right in thinking. As Serbia has made it 3-0 build up. I think you were brutally unlucky last week not to get top 2. You've been brutally unlucky tonight to be pipped in what was the 94th minute, this sort of time, wasn't it? Last kick of the game, essentially, has absolutely robbed you, my friend. Again, Gerb, we hope to see you again in the future. You've done yourself extremely proud this season. Wald, thanks for the raid. Wald, are you happy to jump in the chat? In fact, if Mal, could you message out Wald?
I can do it.
and Gavin and see if they're all willing to join us in the chat, buddy. If they're not, I understand it's late. They can say no. That's completely up to them. Because this is obviously ran quite a bit later than what we expected it to tonight, just with the technical hitches and stuff. But Wald, thanks so much for the lost out by 1.2. You hate to see it. You do indeed, Crazy Boom. You do indeed. We hope to see you again as well, mate. You done yourself a credit this time as well. You had 2 fourth place finishes, which is brutally unlucky when you consider the places that we have going through. Absolutely solid effort from yourself, though, Crazy Boom, to do consistency. Consistency is what I'll say there. I appreciate you wanting to come in for the finals as well, Gerb. I do appreciate it. Yeah, Gerb is out. That last minute equaliser unfortunately knocked him out, Eloise. We're just kind of waiting on this build-up play game finishing. If any of the 3 qualifiers want to jump in, they're more than welcome to. Yeah, you played a no goalkeeper, and that's when you started winning, wasn't it? You even stuck in James Sands for me. Who is a better goalkeeper than he is a centre-back in real life. Zanko, thanks for the raid, buddy. Hope you enjoyed it tonight. Appreciate you being in, being exactly an amazing night of watching you draft again, my friend. Stick with it. Hopefully we'll see you again. Not just in Road to Legends, but other drafts as well. And that goes for everyone that's obviously drafted tonight. Mircon, I think it was a very solid effort, mate. Very solid effort. Very tough group tonight. You stepped in at the last minute with very little time to prep. So thank you very much. You can hold your head high as well. Just wasn't prepared. It happens, mate. It happens. Since Tim sent everyone forward, build-up plays just getting everything on the counter. It's highlight after highlight, though, which is obviously what we want to see. Was that 5v the goalkeeper there on the halfway line?
I don't know, but that was that doesn't surprise me with Tim's sort of last-ditch effort tactic, where he just absolutely thwacks, actually just shoves every single man forward. It does work sometimes, but it's a very much a risk-reward situation.
It is. Jebaru, thanks very much for the raid, mate. Congratulations on qualifying. Absolutely sterling to watch you drafting tonight. I really enjoyed it. Is build-up actually still in this hunt? He's not, because he can only get to 12 points, isn't he?
Yeah, so the build-up's been knocked out, I believe, because he's on pace to finish 4th pretty comfortably, I think. So
yeah. I mean, the fact that the Gavin Brash points table hasn't updated kind of probably hurts for him, because if he doesn't know that equaliser happened, he still thinks he's in with a shot here with every single one of these goals. You know, he's done his bit. It's intense to watch this. I don't even know if I can commentate it. I really don't. I'm running out of breath commentating this. Plus, covering all the raids.
6.
Oh,
I mean, what a result, to be fair.
yeah, fair play to build-up play for just keep going at it, regardless of if the result matters or not. Just
what I am going to do is we have Wald here, who is our winner once again. Wald, how are you, mate? How are you feeling after that?
Not too bad. It's sort of more relief. It's over on the more than anything, to be honest.
You kind of came out of nowhere. We were kind of not really picking up your sort of points total. You were sort of like in that sort of 4th, sort of 5th spot. And then with about 3 games to go, you just made a last minute goal for it. And really, really pushed. And you never really looked back from there. You were kind of in front for the rest of the way. How did you find the draft in total?
It was grand. It was sort of I started okay. Then sort of the change I made was I had to go strikerless for I only had Solanke and he was not playing. But when I switched him to a shadow striker coming off the bench, he seemed to do a lot better. So I just stuck with it, really.
Is that something you would try and stick with going into the final now, or will you try and go back to something a bit more traditional?
I'm not sure at the minute. I might do it, might do it. See, it probably depends what the pool is, to be honest with you. I think by drafting Messi and Allison early on, it sort of probably threw quite a lot of money. Yeah. Although they were two best players, so it worked. But after that, I didn't really have much in terms of centre forward options.
And what was your what was your thinking about putting Messi in the centre midfield on that DLP role?
The thinking of it was that I have not been able to get him working, or I have not been able to get a number 10 working all the whole of FN23. So trying to avoid using it. And by putting him in centre midfield, he's basically on the ball more. So he is.
Interesting.
As a DLP, you kind of cover off for the fact that he's aging a bit now as well.
Aye.
And you're not asking him to run around as much as you would maybe in a shadow striker role further forward either, are you?
I sort of run a bit that you want, like, but it's not sort of key to the role, so it's not. It's just sort of, I just sit there, pick passes, go wherever you need to, like.
Yeah. I've got to ask you this because, as I said earlier in this stream, you've seriously impressed me. Obviously, this is one of your first ranked drafts, and you've came through the sort of the pre-qualifier, if you like, through the qualifier, winning this against some very, very experienced drafters. You're now going into the final. You'll know everyone apart from two people in the final, I believe. How are you feeling towards that?
Sorry, I never expected it, so it's sort of, never rings a bonus at this point, like. So it is. But like probably same way Morocco's looking at the World Cup now going, well, we never expected to win semi-final, so.
How you obviously mentioned last week, or 2 weeks ago now, rather, 10 days, something like that you weren't a fan of the initial step. How did you find tonight's step in comparison towards your style?
I thought it was probably easier to draft on. Although there's more money to spend, there also probably the quality of players also stood up quite a bit. So I sort of thought once I got a goalkeeper, I'd be happy enough. So straight away I just went for Allison. And then the Messi pick was just sort of off a whim, like so it was.
Yeah, I think we highlighted that was quite interesting. You spending that much money early on two players. Was that always kind of the plan to have two big hitters in this pool, or were you just kind of winging it at that stage? Have we lost Walt here?
Potentially.
Oh no, I think he's back.
Sorry.
There we go.
Yeah, I think we lost you for a second there, buddy. Sorry.
Right, no. Sorry, what was the question again?
It was just asking if with the two big sort of picks early on, Allison and Messi was almost just over half of your budget. Was that something that you'd planned for and had some like bargain picks to pick from, or was that just something that you went, oh, this is a possibility we can
It was
do
just
what we can?
Allison was planned, Messi wasn't.
Yeah.
And I remember sort of last week, that the last round, that the deep line playmaker was a key player.
Mm-hmm.
So sort of went, need to look for a playmaker. Then sort of seen not many great options, just sort of went back, we'll spend on Messi, then we'll get fairly good defenders in.
Yeah.
Sort of things like that instead of it.
RC or Mal, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so when you went to your strikerless formation, was that sort of a plan that you had, or was it just sort of a whim where you were just like, screw it, let's just try it, see what happens?
No, it was It was in the match against Jab. I was down to 10 men. Sort of, Solanke wasn't playing well, and all my bench was basically attacking midfielders. So it was sort of a let's try this. And then sort of realised that all over the top was working quite well. So just stuck with it after. So it was sort of a we'll try this, and then it worked. So just went to the next match. I will keep doing it.
Mal, you got anything?
So, how would you say your experience with the road to qualifiers, would you say, prepared you for this a bit more than some of the other competitors?
I think
Or would you say it's...
I think generally the experience drafting in the FM23 has helped me a bit more. I know, for instance, I don't think Tim's done a big lot in it. Sort of in terms of tournaments, he may have done some privately. But particularly with the last round, had I went into this round, I think I would have made the same mistake that I made the last time. So I would have.
Yeah.
Whereas I knew the original tactic sort of worked. And just work off it. Would it?
Okay.
I think that just leaves us to congratulate you again and good luck for next week, my man. And
No
I
problem.
hope you
Thank
enjoy
you.
it. Hope you've enjoyed your time here so far, and you've got one more to go. Just one more. 7
No
more
problem.
games. We're going to grab Jebaru in now, who qualified in 2nd place. How are you feeling after that, Jeb?
All right, yeah, all right. It's my first time drafting for a long time.
Oh,
And
I've just been
competitive drafting
corrected that
for like 2
Gavin
years.
pipped me
Third
on
place.
goal difference.
Yeah, he
I'm
did.
sorry.
Yeah, he hit me on goal difference, but no, that's fine. Yeah, it went well. I'm annoyed at the 2 losses that I had. I'm annoyed at the draw. Like Wald got very lucky with Ramsdale making a very bizarre dive in the game onto that side of things, but it went well. I feel sorry for build-up play because I think you featured that game at the time, and all 3 goals were exactly the same set piece, but it was just a different header of the ball on one of them. But it worked for me, and I got paid. I got paid on that by Zanko. Zanko scored 2 set-piece goals against me in the first half, and I immediately had to go into my tactics at halftime and go, "Oh yeah, I need to do defending corners as well as attacking." So sorted that out. So yeah, but yeah, I'm happy to be through. I'm surprised to be through a bit more than anything else.
I have to ask you because obviously I don't really know a huge about behind the scenes of the playoffs, but Mal's informed me that you're kind of the guru behind the scenes. Has that prepared you from stepping in front of the camera, if you like, and actually doing the draft? Does that help, do you think, or?
Kind of and kind of not, because I think I laugh with the pundits that we get on there. I'm just good at hosting. I can throw to people. They can talk about the players. I don't really have to have I can have an opinion on the players and stuff like that. So I don't pay that much attention to the game side of things. I'm too busy either looking what's the next scene, what's the next goal, what are we going to, making sure everything's working and that type of thing. So it has prepared me a little bit. I had Gouda as my assistant today. We kind of tried to guess what the stipulation was going to be. So I had a list of Dutch players, Brazilian players, English players, and who else got knocked out? Somebody else got knocked out. Can't remember now. Who got knocked out in the quarters? It was one of the other team that got knocked out in the quarters. We had a list of those players. We went through all of them.
Well, that's good homework thing, because actually looking at the previous steps and going, this is what this could be.
Going that way, because that's quite a nice pool, because you've obviously got you've got Dutch, English, Portuguese, there you go. Dutch, English, Portuguese, and Brazilian. That's a really good pool. But then you've added in the other 4 countries, and we're just like, right, I don't have to get Van Dijk now. I can go out and get Kanate instead. I can go out and get Nkunku instead of Bobby Firmino. Although I probably would have gone for Bobby Firmino instead, actually, now looking at it. And it was trying to pace the draft out with the big picks and the smaller picks as well.
You were especially in the game that I watched, you were particularly proficient in the in your corner routine. Is that something? Set pieces was something that you sort of built on, maybe to try and give you an edge.
They've not nerfed near post corners at all. They say they have, but they've not done it at all. But then again, when you've got Gabriel, Canase, Calvert-Lewin, Weghorst, sometimes I had all 4 of them on the pitch at the same time, and Tellez is hitting the ball in. It's quite hard to defend against anyway, so kind of a bit of a balance there. Also, even like Polina's got 80, I think it's like 17 jumping reach and 16 heading as well, coming from defensive midfield. So it was a little bit on there. I did not expect to win 3-1 off 3 corner goals, all exactly the same. Like, I didn't expect that to happen.
I was gutted because they said the nerf near post corners, and I used to always do far post because nobody defended the far post, and they've nerfed the far post, and they've not nerfed the front post, which was the overpowered
You could
one.
say that, but Zanko's 2 goals against me were from far post corners, so there you
were
go.
they?
Yeah, exactly. So,
That's just my experience, obviously, on FM so far. But no, just say it balances out. How have you found Road to Legends? Obviously, you're back next week now in the final. Are you looking forward to that? And how have you found it so far compared to what you're kind of used to? Because obviously, it's a bit different from the playoffs, isn't it?
Yeah, like I said, I want to get involved in competitive drafting. There's an ongoing, like the backroom team at the playoff side of things, there's an ongoing joke that Jeb never gets in competitive drafts. It just gets overlooked every single time. But like, I'm happy that we got accepted into here. There was a couple of stumble ones where I've had to pull out because I've had various other commitments and a lot of things like that. So I'm happy to be here, happy to get my name on there. My focus will be the playoffs ultimately on that side of things because we're building something quite special there. But like to see that these smaller drafts are coming through and the production levels are coming up, you're bringing in fantastic people like Mal and RC, and you've got Louis here who've seen on our side of things. It's really good to see. It's making that step up and everyone just kind of helping each other, and we all get bigger and bigger and do it that way. It's a great community. That's what Football Manager has more than anything else.
I can't agree more than that. Guys, do you have any questions for Jeb?
I mean, it's not really a question, but it's really great to see Jeb on the other side of things. Like, instead of like, say, hosting or as a host or just being behind the scenes, just say pressing the buttons, finding the right scenes. It's great to see Jeb sort of like actually sort of be on, have a shoe on the other foot, and be the person sort of now that have been sort of analysed by the pundits, and also up the truck.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm annoyed that Tim beat me as well. Tim got really lucky. Should have had a penalty, and then he got a lucky sending off after that as well.
I was watching that game and I highlighted that it was almost a clear day penalty, and then like within about 5 seconds, you've got the red card.
I got somebody sent off for a blatant yellow card, but there we are. The only thing I do have to say to you about, Mal, can you tidy your room up, please?
I will do, don't we?
Yeah.
Okay, Dad.
Yeah, exactly. There we are.
I think unless anyone else has any questions, I think we just have to congratulate you. Look forward to seeing you next week, and hopefully you can perform to the same levels. I'm extremely jealous of your beard, so as someone who goes to this, you've got a question on. You go, RC.
I was going to say, how do you grow such a great beard?
I'm just looking at the year. 8 years. Do it that way and just keep on maintaining it, keep looking after it. To be fair, I don't know if I'm like half Bulgarian or something in real life, because the reason I grew a beard is because I was spending so much on razors and shaving products and stuff like that. It was like I would shave like 5-6 times a week. It'd be a daily thing, and it just got boring and I got lazy, and then I started to make this look a little bit nicer. So it went from there. Cool.
Thanks very much for popping in, buddy.
Right.
I appreciate it.
Cheers, guys.
But good luck to you next week, buddy.
Yeah, same to you. All the best. Bye now.
Gavin to drag in as well, so I'll get Gavin in. Gavin, how are you feeling after that? You are currently muted, so you'll need to unmute. How are you feeling after that? You seem to start extremely fast and straight out of the blocks in every game that you won today, almost.
Yeah, it feels weird to be on this side of draft form. Lately, I've been getting absolutely stomped in everything I've played in, outside of maybe Super League. But to be on form today with I thought I'll draft for a 4-4-2 and then kind of adapt on the fly. And it's kind of paid dividends today, which is interesting to kind of see.
I'm going to let you guys fire questions here because I've been firing them all, so I'm going to let you guys have a go.
So what point did you start to believe you can actually go and qualify? Because
now, honestly, never. I know how dodgy my draft form has been. Like when I lost 4-0 to Wold, that's when I kind of saw it crashing down a little bit, and then the disconnect against Tim. That's when it was kind of, this is a problem. I don't know what's happening here. I was distraught, I'll be honest, at the DC. All I was trying to do was set up a near post corner, not a near post corner, a short corner, because obviously Tim having his meaty squad and me not really drafting too many like strong big players. I wanted to kind of work my way into the box that way instead of trying to float a corner in. Game kicked me out, and then it was just a case of fingers crossed. AI did me a solid, which I do feel bad about because Tim is one of the gems of the community. So yeah, I've kind of just got to take the wins where I can get them. Then in the Zanko game, it was a lot going on. 2-0 down very quickly when I only really need a point to qualify. Then the last kick of the game to get an equaliser when I was probably through on goals scored anyway.
Yes, I think you would have been.
It was
No,
I lost.
You were out on goals scored. You were a goal behind.
No. I think Gerb was in my chat. He said he scored 14 goals. I'd scored 17.
Oh, I don't know.
I was on
goal scored. So
I was on
goal
plus
difference.
6 goal difference.
Right.
So,
yeah. I don't think we've looked at goals for. So if Gerb had that, then that'd be fair enough. That'd be a fair enough way of sorting
so I
it.
think I was through on goal scored anyway. But like, depend how you guys wanted to do it, and then
we were discussing here. Do we have to set up a playoff for you guys to decide who goes through? And then we've got Brofist banging in goals, and I'm looking at the live league table. And obviously, your goal was such last minute that my live league table for Brofist game hunt updated. I'm like, Brofist can do this still because he was flying. And then they're like, no, your table's not updated. Gavin's got 13 points. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, it was. It's just nice to be on this side of draft form. If I'm being honest, I'm not used to it, so it's nice to be here.
Is there anything you would have done different? I mean, you went with the 4-4-2. When Wald did that in the first qualifying, he really didn't have any luck with it. So, was there a plan for the 4-4-2? And is there anything that you maybe would have done any different?
So the plan for 4-4-2 is purely because what I've done lately hasn't really been working. I usually play something like asymmetrical, like an asymmetric 4-2-2, with like off to the right strikers and centre midfielders, off to the left attacking midfielders, and that has been painful for me, to be perfectly honest. Finished 7th in the path to the playoffs group after winning on the last day, and then I got stomped in a friendly draft on Sunday, where like the only real points I picked up were using a circle formation. It's I just thought back to basics, 4-4-2, and then it's kind of fluid. You can adapt your formation if you kind of draft players that are versatile in multiple positions. That's what I figured I would go with. Obviously, I didn't catch the first group because I was in the playoffs games, but it was just, I thought, back to basics, traditional formation, and then just make any adjustments if I need to. Sitting here, there's not really a lot I would have done different, but maybe kind of react to how Wald's strikerless worked a bit earlier. But outside of that, I think that was just one of those games where you're just not going to get anything out of it.
I think historically a lot of people struggle against the striker list. There's not a whole lot of counters you can do. And from looking at the way I saw it, Wall's striker list had been one of those ones that looked very, very meta historically, not necessarily been tried in 23 yet, but obviously it looked strong on the back of tonight. How did you find the step?
The step was fine. Obviously I had the bonus, I guess, of playoffs last week, getting to prep with these nations and knowing what players were good. I got, a good hour and a half in, like actually with Zanko beforehand. We were kind of in a call discussing things, having a look at good players. Obviously, we wanted some of the same players, but, to have that kind of bouncing off each other a little bit in a sense, because like myself and Zanko are good friends. It definitely helped. I'm just a little bit disappointed that he's not sat up here with me, to be honest.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. So that last minute goal against Zanko, right? When I saw your reaction to that, what was going through your head when that goal went in?
I knew at that point, it was the 95th minute. There was only 4 minutes of added time. I knew I was through at that point, basically. Obviously, it's hard to kind of contain your excitement at that point. It's the first like real success I've had in a ranked draft. So, as much as I love Zanko, it was hard to not celebrate. To be perfectly honest, I apologized straight after, but he's a good friend. He understood. So
I think I've heard people saying that they'll apologize. I remember Owen posted a tweet up after I had a game with him once, and it was him celebrating. He's like, there was a reply to the tweet, and it was like, I really hope that I muted the mic here. And I just replied to one. I went, I don't care if you did mute the mic, but I really wouldn't have cared if you didn't, because that emotion is what I think the drafting community is about. Yes, sometimes you lose a game and it hurts to hear the other person, but I think I'd rather hear the other person happy that they've got that last minute equaliser to go through. Particularly, as you say, Zanko's a friend. He knew that probably doesn't affect his result too much tonight. It affected yours. I'm sure he's sitting on the other side of the screen probably celebrating that goal as much as you were, because he's your friend. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, I was saying it to, it was mainly in the game against Salty in the playoffs, being 2-0 up, then going down to 9 men, eventually losing 5-2. Like, Salty's a good friend as well. So, like, for Salty to have succeeded, I mean, admittedly at my expense, I'm still, I was still happy for him. So I know how that feels. I've been on that side of things before. So, like, even still, people can celebrate down the mic to me, and I'll hear it, and I'll understand. I'll be happy for them, but like I don't like doing it myself. If that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
It's not.
No, I get you.
I love the drafting scene, and that is, it's one of the best parts about FM. I just love it. So it's that raw emotion, like you said, Don. So
yeah. So are you looking forward to next week? We've got obviously quite a strong lineup from Group A coming through. You've obviously seen your competitors tonight. We've got Limo rejoining us as reigning champion. We have two.
It's fine.
We have 2 invite slots as well, so those names aren't announced yet, who will be coming in, and I can guarantee you they're 2 very strong drafters who are worthy of that stage. Are you looking forward to it?
Absolutely. I mean, it feels a bit surreal to have actually succeeded in a draft, if I'm being completely honest. Like, I've done FMTM and, didn't do well. Did breakout tournament a couple of weeks ago, got destroyed in that. So yeah, it's just, I'm just at this point, I've kind of overboard achieved what I kind of thought I was expecting, like maybe a mid-table at best. So to finish second, I mean, behind Wold, who I've never beaten in PvP, which is going to be a little bit of a monkey on my back for a while. We'll see how that transpires in the finals. But I am excited. I'm just gonna take a bit of time now, chill, reset, have a look at things, see if there's any things I can tweak in this little 4-4-2 nonsense, which isn't nonsense, and then see where we go from there.
Yeah. The good news is the finals, groups, and knockouts. So there's a chance you might not have to play Wald.
Always good. Always good. I have to beat him though.
But yeah, no. Has anyone else got any questions before we let Gavin go?
Yeah, all I can say is congrats, Gavin.
Cheers, mate.
I mean, you did a lot of prep. I was on the call with you and Zanko early on. You were doing an absolute crap ton of prep for an hour and a half. That was. And then but one day all that prep you do for pretty much every single draft. I have seen your draft, seen your prep spreadsheets, even for friendly drafts, and it come good one day, and it's definitely come good here.
Absolutely, mate. Thank you. I mean, my as a kid, like one of the few things that my dad taught me was the 7 P's. Piss poor preparation provides piss poor performance. So I'm definitely trying to live by that. So I try and prep hard. Doesn't matter if it's a friendly draft or a ranked draft like tonight. I want to know what I'm doing. I want to get a clear plan, and tonight it's worked.
Perfect. I think we'll just all say congratulations then, mate. Look forward to seeing you next week, and we'll let you get to. Well, I imagine you're probably going to go and enjoy a nice beer or something now and then get to bed. But
mate, I've got work in 7 hours, mate. That's not going to happen.
Well, I'll let you go get some sleep then, my man. This is obviously a bit later than we normally expect it to. So thanks for sticking out, buddy, and we'll see you next week.
Cheers, guys. Thanks for having me.
Congrats, man.
Cheers, mate.
Congrats.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Cheers. Right, so that just leaves us to say thanks to everyone who's tuned in today. Thanks to everyone who has participated. Without you guys, we can't do any of this. You've all done amazing. It's been brilliant to watch the drafters. It's been brilliant to chat with the people in chat. Before we go, RC, Louis, and Mal, I'm going to let you guys shout out where we can find you guys, because you have done a bang-up job tonight. So we'll start with RC.
Yeah, so you can find me on twitch.tv/RC_24. I'm currently doing a Croatian Build a Nation save, which I just started. So, that should hopefully go well. You can find me there, though.
What?
You can get me at Twitch at LouIT_gaming. currently running as Norgeland. So having fun in Denmark.
You can find me over at twitch.tv/Malteser_Falcon. Remember the underscore. I've also got a wrestling podcast with one of the previous past in the previous group, Eloise, and one of the in this group, Tim Lewis, which we released our first episode a couple of weeks ago. It's been going great guns, and we're going to release another one hopefully before Christmas. We will see. But yeah, thank you for having me on again, peeps. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. I think it's just time for us to sort of say that's ready to go then. But yeah, no, once again, because this takes time, I think the raid is working. We're going to go over to Tenacious G, who is doing a network save with our current champion, Limo, who will be joining us next week. Decided that if we go over at him, it's kind of going to our champion, but supporting a newer streamer, or not a newer streamer. He's been around in the community for a very long time, but someone who I think is very underappreciated in the community and is trying to get into the draft scene himself. We get to give him a bit of support. So if we could all go and give G all the love in the world, I'd really appreciate that. I just want to say thanks again to our co-host. I want to say thanks to FM King for letting us use his internet to host this stream tonight, which really helps us improve the production quality because my internet can't handle it because potatoes and stuff. That's the time up, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Please tell me that worked. Until that comes up on G stream saying that that's worked.
You're good.
It still worked.